Detective Duncan, yesterday, you may recall, we were talking about some of the investigative work that you did in January of 2020.
Yes, I do.
And I think you talked about going through some cellular data.
Correct.
Did you go through cellular data from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you also look at an iCloud account associated with Charles Vallow?
I did.
In going through those, were there particular things that you were looking for?
As I indicated, the information that we had, I was aware in January of a multitude of crimes that had taken place, both Charles Vallow's death, the disappearance of Tylee and JJ, the death of Tammy Daybell as well. So when I'm going through those records, I'm looking for anything of particular that would assist us in our case with Charles in Arizona, as well as looking at anything that might be helpful to those investigators in Idaho as well.
Were you aware of an attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux as well?
Yes, I was.
Were you paying attention for anything that may be helpful in that investigation as well?
Correct.
Was your main focus on Charles Vallow homicide still at that point?
The main focus on Charles was on Charles from the Arizona point, but in the same sense is we were working together with Idaho, really with the main goal in trying to find JJ and Tylee at that time, but at the same time trying to keep in the back of my head evidence needed for the Charles case, yes.
And as you went through Charles' phone, did you pull out particular things in fact stand out to you?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, the state had previously moved for the admission of State's Exhibit 49. There was an objection. It's my understanding that objection may have been taken care of.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Exhibit 49's been offered. I believe the defense has had additional time now to review the exhibit. Is there any objection at this time to Exhibit 49 being admitted? All right, thank you.
No objection, Judge. Sorry.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Exhibit 49 will be admitted.
And Your Honor, I would ask it to publish Exhibit 49 to the jury.
You can do so.
And this is actually a PowerPoint. We had produced the paper copy, so if I could publish it from the computer.
Yes.
Sorry, I was not clear on that.
As you're pulling it up, Ms. Blake, then for the record to be clear, the exhibit itself is the PowerPoint?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will that be submitted as a digital file then?
I do have a copy on digital file for submission to the court as well.
Okay.
We'd printed it off for the convenience of both the court and defense counsel to be able to view it today.
Okay. We'll just be clear then that the digital file is what will be admitted into the record, and I presume that's on a jump drive?
That is, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you.
Detective Duncan, do you recognize the message in front of you?
I do.
And do you recall what email this was associated with?
This was an email associated with kkwalker75@yahoo.com.
Was a copy of this located on Charles Vallow's device?
Yes, it was.
Could you read that for the jury?
It could be possible to have a hard copy to look at.
If the court will allow it, I do have a hard copy available.
Yes, that's fine as long as it comports with what's being displayed on the screen.
And I will indicate for the record the printout that the detective is being handed was printed directly from the PowerPoint.
Okay. With that in mind then, and obviously we can follow along with what's on the screen, I'll allow him to have that printed copy and review from that.
Thank you. So the email reads as follows. Hello, Chad. I hope you are doing well. This is Charles Vallow from Arizona. We really enjoyed having you stay with us back in November when you came to the Preparing a People conference. I appreciated you taking the time to talk to me about the book I've been working on. Well, more than 6 months later, I still haven't made much progress on it, but I feel an urgency to get it done. As the managing partner of Right Planning Group, I'm going to have the opportunity to speak at various conventions beginning in the fall, but everyone says I need to have a book available that summarized my life and shares the principles I follow. So I will cut to the chase. I am willing to pay you well to help me get this book into shape as a ghostwriter. I really liked your autobiography and the tone you took in sharing experiences without preaching. Is there any way you could come here for a couple of days and help me get the book underway? I feel talking in person would be much more valuable than a phone call or video chat, mainly because I would like you to read through some of my journals and explain to me how the publishing industry works. It would help me know whether I truly have a book in me and whether you want to team up on it. I played minor league baseball and have had plenty of stories that my audience could relate to, along with the knowledge I've gained running my own company. So I do feel the book would contain valuable information even beyond the convention circuit. I'm out of town until Sunday, but I would gladly fly you down here early next week before the holiday and cover your expenses. You can stay at our guest room like before, or in a hotel if you prefer. I hate to take you away from your family, but I know this book is vital to my speaking success. I understand if you don't want to take part in the project, but I would definitely make it worth your time. With admiration, Charles.
And you indicate this came from an email, kkwalker75@yahoo.com?
That is correct.
Did you do any kind of investigation to try to determine who the owner of that account was?
So I authored a search warrant to Yahoo. I was able to obtain the subscriber information for this account of kkwalker75@yahoo.com. The name associated with the account was Karen Walker. The IP address, or the internet provider address associated with the account, came back to Katy, an area of Katy, Texas. Also, the phone number associated with the account came back to Lori Vallow. The date of birth on the account came back to a variation of Lori Vallow's date of birth.
Was there any indication that this email account was linked to Charles Vallow?
There is no indication.
In going through Charles' phone further, did you locate anything regarding whether or not Charles actually sent that email?
There's nothing to indicate that Charles sent this email to or from his device, KK Walker. However, he did forward this email to Adam, Lori's brother, as well as discuss the email with Lori through text messages.
And looking at the next page there,
Yes.
are these some of the messages that you were referring to?
Yes. Charles had discovered this email on June 29th of 2019. He then forwarded it to Adam and then confronted Lori about this email that was sent. Based on my observations of Charles's email or his accounts that were analyzed, like I said, there's no indication that this came from Charles' account, was created by Charles, or sent to Chad. To the best of my knowledge, looking through Charles' information, he had no relationship with Chad Daybell at all.
And if you could, would you read the messages on those and just indicate who they are coming to and going,
Yes.
they're being sent to?
The first one is Charles to Lori. It was time-stamped June 29th, 2019 at 5:51 a.m. The UTC is a universal coordinated time, and the -7 is done to show that would be Arizona time. So at 5:51 on June 29th, 2019, it says, "Is he with whom you're having an affair? He did not stay with us in Arizona in November. Who are you lying to now? Trying to destroy another family? You're evil, period. I may take JJ back to Houston unless you have a great explanation for all of this. I will not let him be a party to your apostasy." Charles to Lori again at 6:04 a.m. "Just so you know, I have Tammy's, Chad's wife's, email address. I will send a copy of my email you sent to KK Walker. Tammy will know what you're up to. You better explain. Charles to Lori at 6:10. I now have Tammy Daybell's cell number. I'll text her a copy of the letter and an explanation of what you're up to. You have till noon, your time, to explain, or I'm sending via text and email to her. At 6:55, Charles sends Lori the message. I'm sure you are up by now. You have until 10 a.m. your time to respond, or I send the emails and texts to Tammy. Charles to Lori at 12:23 p.m. Just so you and Chad know, I am going to talk to Tammy. In person, if I have to. I've already emailed and texted her. Your game is up. Charles to Lori at 5:04 p.m. Please stop spending money on the credit cards. I appreciate it. I was in looking at Charles' phone extractions, was able to determine that 2 emails were sent to Tammy Daybell, one to her personal email and also one to her work email.
Your Honor, I apologize. I'm having trouble hearing counsel. If she could just move the mic a little bit closer.
I had actually muted it, so I apologize. Thank you for saying that. Looking at that next page there, are those the emails that you were referring to?
Yes, they are.
And would you read those into the record?
The email from Charles Vallow to Tammy Daybell at the tdaybell@sugarsalem.com would be her work email on June 29, 2019 at 9:16. Tammy, my name is Charles Vallow. I have some vital and disturbing information regarding your husband and my wife, Lori. This is your work email, so I'll wait to send you the evidence that is very disturbing. You may call or email me from the address where you can receive the information. I apologize to be the one sending this, but something has to be done. I feel it's best if I shed some light on this issue. Regards, Charles Vallow, and he provides the phone number of 714-853-5005. He sends a second email from his Charles at Wright Planning Group email address to tammy.daybell@gmail.com on June 30th at 2019 at 10:16 a.m. The subject line in the email is, your husband and my wife, and the body of the email reading, are having an affair. Her name is Lori Vallow. I've got definitive proof if you care to see it. Contact me and I'll share it with you. It's devastating, I know, but the truth needs to be shown. Charles Vallow.
And from your review of the device, were you able to determine whether or not Tammy Daybell would have actually read these emails?
I did contact at least Sugar Salem School District and asked if those were read. There's no indication that they were. They said they could have been deleted, read and deleted, or just deleted, but there's no indication. They do show on Chad's part to be sent, though.
And you said Chad's part.
I'm sorry, on Charles's part. Apologies.
Were you able to determine whether or not there was any communication from Charles Vallow to Chad Daybell?
Yes, on the 29th of June, 2009. The PowerPoint actually is 209, should be 2009 at 9:32 a.m. Charles sends Chad Daybell a message at chad.daybell@gmail.com. The message reads, Chad, I'm Lori's husband, but I gathered you already knew this. She sent an email yesterday, supposedly written by me to KK Walker, inviting you to Arizona next week and to ghostwrite a book I'm supposed to be working on, or supposedly working on. It's preposterous. I happened to run across it as she left her computer at our Houston home. I am not paying anybody for anything and I'm not writing a book. Either you or Lori need to tell me what's going on, or this will be exposed for all to see. Regards, Charles Vallow. And again leaves the number 714-853-5005. Goes on to read, and does your wife know you have several of Lori's dance videos? Explain how that is any way appropriate. She sent them to you at your request in January. Charles.
Were you able to locate any response from Chad Daybell to Charles' email?
There was no response.
Did you also locate messages from Charles to Lori?
Yes, there were many messages between Charles and Lori on the 29th arguing about this particular letter that was sent.
Do you also recall the next slide locating that message on the phone?
Yes, I do.
And could you read that message?
The message from Charles to Lori on June 30th, I believe that should be 2019, of 0842. Lori, I know you don't care how I feel, but just imagine this. How could my actions or breaking your heart result in what you've done? You accuse me of infidelity, but it's you who have been having an affair. It just keeps killing me. Maybe that's your goal. How can you live with yourself destroying our life, Mel and Brandon's? Probably Mel and Brandon too. Now add Chad Daybell family, and you've got a home run. The fact you will continue to go to the temple after all you've done shocks me. There really is something wrong with you. I really don't want to do what I have to do, but you have to be exposed for what you really are. You won't even deny it or talk to me as to your reasons. That's what's amazing to me. You could ally some of what's about to happen, but I don't think you will. Lying has become second nature to you. You have been impressive in blaming me for all that's happened. You have destroyed me. I've never been lower in my life. It's you that has done it. Please tell me why, please. I will slow or minimize what's about to happen. It's you who has caused it. We have a son to raise, but that's all we have in common. I will work with you in his best interest and will be there Monday evening. You owe me an apology for all the false accusations you've made. You know, I've been entirely faithful to you since the first day we met. I deserve an apology from you. Please respect that much.
And you indicated that message when you located it would have been sent on June 30th of 2019?
Correct.
From your review of Charles' phone, did he appear to be trying to work on his relationship with Lori?
In reviewing Charles's phone, there was a lot of, obviously, frustration and anger that he would start with, but then he would come back to a loving, gentle side and wanting to work things out and be more reasonable, if you would.
Was Lori always responsive to his messages?
Not always. In this particular case, there was no, I didn't see any denial or acceptance of the particular email that was sent, but they would still converse with each other.
And looking at the next page there, are those also additional messages that were located?
Yes. The additional messages going into July 1st, 2019 at 10:31. Charles to Lori, I'm going to Idaho first to meet with Tammy Daybell. Lori responds to Charles a minute later. She won't see you. She is my friend. She won't listen to you. Go ahead. You are ridiculous. Are you coming to JJ for the 4th or not? Charles responded to Lori July 1st, 2019 at 10:37. Then you tell me why you used my name and fictitious email to send a BS email about a book I am having him ghostwrite for me. It's fraud and a lie. There's no reason for it other than to get him in Arizona and have an excuse for his wife. Charles to Lori, July 1st at 10:38. You did this. I had nothing to do with it, and you know it. Also, he did not stay with us in November. I will find out.
And those messages are sent on July 1st of 2019?
That is correct.
And when did you respond to the report of a shooting?
We responded to the report of the shooting on July 11th of 2019.
And just to remind the jury from yesterday, when you arrived, Charles Vallow was in fact deceased?
Yes, he was.
Looking at that next page, did you also locate those messages on Charles' device?
We did, yes.
And can you read those messages?
This would be the July 11, 2019, shortly before the murder of Charles Vallow. At between 7:35 and 7:37 in the morning, Charles sent Adam Cox a message that says, "Al is here." Adam responded, "At Lori's." Adam then states, "Really? I wonder why he never called me back." Adam said, "They are planning something." Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam then responds, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." And then Charles responded, "What you do is up to you."
After that message, are there any other messages from Charles to anyone?
After that message, there are no other messages. There are messages sent to the phone, but nothing was read by Charles at that point.
And those messages took place on July 11th, 2019, between 7:35 a.m. and 7:37 a.m.?
Correct. And in addition, Charles' phone had his location services on, and the location...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is non-responsive to a question. He's adding. Thank you.
Were you able to determine anything else from Charles Vallow's phone?
Yes.
And what was that?
Charles had his location services on, and the location of that device at the time those messages were sent, it was at the 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, where the homicide took place.
Your Honor, I would next go to what has been marked as State's Exhibit 48. And I believe both counsel and the court have a copy. And Your Honor, would you like the jump drive marked with an exhibit sticker as well to match the paper printout?
I think that would be helpful, yes.
Your Honor, one of my co-counsel will get that marked and submitted for the court.
Okay.
And Detective, I believe you've been handed that exhibit.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it should be Exhibit 48. Is that what it says on the back?
That is correct.
Making sure we got you the right one. In looking at that, do you recognize what is on that?
Yes, the front is the address of loriforstyle@icloud.com, and then 4 phone numbers that are associated with that account.
And if you can flip through that.
I just wanted to make sure. So the first 4 pages are the Lori for Style, and then or 5 pages, and then it breaks into a different iCloud account. Do you want those separated or all together?
We'll keep them together for now.
Okay.
Do you recognize the information located within those papers?
I do.
Do you recognize that as information that was located from a search that you did?
I do.
And what accounts were you looking at?
So as indicated before, the first count I was looking at is Lori for Style at iCloud.com. When looking through the Lori for Style iCloud and examining the data from that iCloud account, I uncovered the iCloud account of Lollytime at iCloud.com.
Did you also look through phone records for Ms. Vallow?
Yes, I did.
And is some of the information in that slide indicative of, and I can actually point you to the page number. In looking at the 8th page in there.
That is correct.
And would that be information that you had found through a search of the phone records?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state, well, let me ask this. In looking at these, and did you assist in preparing these?
Yes, I did.
And are these helpful as a summary for your testimony here today?
Based on the amount of data in the iCloud accounts, they are very helpful, yes.
Given that, Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of State's Exhibit 48.
Any objection from the defense?
We would just like to state for the record that we have objected to all of this information under 404B, and the state has overruled that objection.
Okay.
But we don't have any objection to this particular one. We just want it on the record that we had previously objected to this.
All right. The court would note that there has previously been determinations made on the state's request for evidence under 404B. The court did make a ruling on that at a hearing on February 22nd of this year, and for the reasons incorporated in that decision, it was determined this could be submitted under 404B. In terms of the summary that's been offered as Exhibit 48, without further objection, then the court will admit Exhibit 48.
Your Honor, similar to the last exhibit, there also is a electronic PowerPoint presentation that has been put on a jump drive. We will also mark that and submit it to the court, but we would ask to be able to publish it to the jury at this time.
Okay. With it being admitted, then it can be published, and we'll keep the actual exhibit will be the PowerPoint digital file on the jump drive.
Detective Duncan, you talked about looking at the Lori for Style at iCloud.
Yes.
When you start looking at that account, does it provide identifying information?
So the account information provided by Apple would include information such as the IME number, which is the device ID. Basically, it's a fingerprint for the device associated with that iCloud account. It provides phone numbers associated with the account, and it could also include recovery email addresses.
And with regard to the Lori for Style, did you locate phone numbers associated with that account?
Yes, I did.
And what were those numbers?
The phone numbers are 808-755-5452, 480-692-9562, 480-489-4652, 512-626-2714.
Were you able to determine who the Lori for Style at iCloud.com account was linked to? What
Yes.
individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
The account is linked to Lori Vallow. The number of 480-489-4652 I recognize as a number that is linked back to her.
And on that iCloud account, were you able to recover some messages that had been sent?
I was.
Were you able to recover some messages sent between Lori Vallow and Alex Cox?
Yes.
And looking at that second page, do you recognize those messages?
I do.
And could you read those, including the dates, into the record?
On 3/9 of 2019, Lori sent Alex a message. It says, apparently it is tied to Ned being gone, hopefully today or tomorrow. The following day, 3/10/2019, Alex sent Lori a message, love you too, have fun, and get rid of Ned already. 3/26/2019, Alex sends Lori a message, Ned is still alive, just confirmed. Lori responded on the same day to Alex, it's not Ned, and it's a new one.
Through your investigation, were you able to determine who Ned was that they were referring to?
So at the beginning of this investigation, or in the following weeks, I apologize, the following weeks, we were informed that Charles was possibly murdered as a result of being a dark spirit or a zombie. We did receive information that, and through Charles's contacts and conversations with, especially Lori, he mentioned that she would refer to him as Ned or Garrett. So those were names. Through the investigation, we found out that Charles was being referred to, or the spirit in Charles was being referred to.
Did you also locate some messages between Lori and some other women on the date of Tammy's death?
I did.
And looking at that next slide, do you recognize those messages?
Yes, I do.
And could you indicate who those messages were between and when they were sent and the content of them for the record?
So the messages are between Nicole Earle and Lori Vallow, and they are on 10/19 of 2019. Nicole sends Lori a message at 9:18, says, I'm not sure if you heard, but Chad's wife died last night. Lori responded at 9:33 to Nicole, oh my gosh, I did not hear that. I'm in Hawaii and it's 6 a.m. Lori then responded to Nicole at 9:34, do you know what happened? Nicole sent Lori a message at 9:37, yes, she awoke in the night coughing, threw up, collapsed, and passed away.
And looking at that next page, do you recognize those messages?
Yes, I do.
And could you indicate who those messages were between, the date they were sent, and the content of those messages?
These messages were between Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb and dated October 19th of 2019. Melanie sent Lori a message at 13:16 hours. I heard what happened to Chad's wife. Oh my gosh. Lori responded to Melanie at 13:18. Hello, what?
And looking at the time on that slide compared to the prior slide, was that later in the day?
Yes, it was.
Did you find any indication in those messages where Lori tells Melanie she's already been informed of Tammy's passing?
I did not.
Did you also locate messages between, or messages sent from Lori to Colby Ryan?
Yes, I did.
And looking at that next page, do you recognize those messages?
I do.
Could you indicate the date they were sent, the sender and receiver, and read the text of that message?
On 11/22 of 2019, there's text messages from Lori Vallow and Colby Ryan. And or from Lori Vallow to Colby Ryan. Lori states, I text Ty to send it, but I haven't heard back yet. She will probably just do it before she tells me. Then she then states, hope you got the Venmo. Ty said she sent it late. I'll call you when I get a break. Hope you are having a great day. I love you so much.
Do you know who the Ty is that they were referring to?
That would
Objection calls for speculation, Judge.
We'd need more foundation for that to be answered, so I'll sustain that for now.
Based on your review of the phone, and the iCloud account and the contents of it, or other iCloud accounts, would you be able to determine or know who the tie is they were referring to?
I would.
And who is that?
Tylee Ryan.
Then we talked about that you went through another iCloud account.
I did. Through searching the Lori for style, like I stated, I was able to uncover a lollytime at iCloud.com.
Were you able to determine when that lollytime account was created?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
That account was created on July 1st of 2019.
And on Charles' phone, when you'd located the messages regarding the affair, do you recall the date that Charles was sending those messages to Lori?
I believe that was June 29th of 2019.
And then this lollytime account is created on July 1st?
Correct.
Similar to the Lori for style, were you able to determine any identifying information as to who the account holder was?
Yes, this account was actually linked to a different IMEI number, so a different device. But the number of 480-692-9562 was shared between both accounts.
And were you able to determine who the owner of this account was?
Yeah, based on the examination of this account, photographs, correspondence, videos, audio information, the account belonged to Lori Vallow.
And in this account, were you able to locate messages between Lori and Alex?
I was.
And I guess to be specific, would that have been Alex Cox?
Yes.
Going to the next page of this, do you recognize those messages?
I do.
Could you indicate who they were sent to and from, the date, and read them into the record?
Yes. The text messages, or the messages, are from Lori Vallow to Alex Cox, and dated 7/9/2019, the first one at 13:49 hours. Lori sends Alex a message. So the plot thickens. Call me when you can. Lori then sends Alex a message later that night at 21:50 or 9:50 p.m. Getting sleepy, so I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel too. She can't go to Utah. They are planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thank you for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you.
And are these messages transferred over the way that they were found?
They are, yes.
Some of the messages may contain typos or spelling errors.
Absolutely.
When you're looking at different accounts and different devices, are you sometimes looking for the lack of information?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you compare different information found from one device to another or one account to another?
Yes,
And did you in fact do that in this case?
I did.
And looking at the next page, were there messages? Let me back up. Was there evidence of messages located in Lori's phone that did not appear in the iClouds?
Yes, there was.
And looking at this and at this page, were there any that drew your attention?
Yes, there are.
And could you indicate what those are?
So I'm creating a timeline for the death of Charles Vallow, specifically the messages that were read earlier regarding Al being at the house and when Charles' phone stopped responding, or Charles stopped responding to Al. We created a time frame, or kind of a timeline, if you would, of the events that happened. There were several messages on Lori's phone, her actual physical phone, not the messages itself, but an indication that a text message was sent that was not located on the iCloud. which is not uncommon. The messages were important to us in our investigation, as they are text messages that between Lori and Chad that occurred right before the murder of Charles Vallow.
Did you also locate additional communications between Lori and Chad on that iCloud account?
Yes, I did.
And looking at the next page, do you recognize those messages?
I do.
And could you indicate who was the sender, the receiver, the date, and read the message into the record?
Yes. The following are text messages between Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell on 7/18. That should be 2019, not 2018. Lori to Chad. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ. Chad responded to Lori, wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out? Lori responded to Chad, I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check. The emails sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently. Chad responds to Lori, it seemed you would have had to agree to the change. Maybe your name was forged. You should have a good paper trail to prove it.
And again, these messages would have actually been sent on July 18th of 2019.
Correct.
So these messages were exchanged 7 days after the death of Charles Vallow?
That is correct.
Did these messages indicate anything to you as to whether or not Lori seemed to know she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
Did it appear that she had just found out she was not the beneficiary?
Yes.
Did you find any indication that Lori knew she was not the beneficiary of a life insurance prior to Charles' death?
Prior to Charles' death, no, nothing.
Did the information you found lead you to believe she did not learn she was not the beneficiary until after Charles was deceased?
That is correct.
And looking at that next page, and again, I think it says July 18th of 2018. That should be 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And are those additional messages that were located?
They are.
And could you indicate for the record who sent them, who received them, the date, and read them into the record?
So on 7/18 of 2019, Chad sent Lori a message. I love you. This is terrible, but it is probably another step in bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Lori responded to Chad, nope, he can change it anytime he wants. He's the agent, and anyone can change the beneficiary anytime with their own signature. I'm thinking it must be Kay. Chad sent Lori a message. It will be interesting if he got it changed after he had 2 bullets in his chest.
Was there an additional message located?
Yes. On 7/18/2019 at 12:19 hours, Lori sent Chad a message. So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. They can't tell me to who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the actual form of what he just read.
Let me review the record briefly here.
And Your Honor, I think I know where counsel's going with this, and we could maybe just have him reread the last line.
That'd be fine.
Okay,
I think a word was added.
let's have him reread that, please, so it's accurate.
I'm sorry. I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS.
Thank you. Does that?
That does comport. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at the next page, do you recognize that message?
I do.
And can you indicate who had sent that message?
This is a message found on Lori's device, the lolly time from Chad to Lori dated 7/26/2019 at 8:13 p.m.
And could you read it into the record?
Tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter who has to live with the Dudleys in his little space under the stairs. Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess, lover, but then I have to return to my place under the stairs, feeling trapped. But I sense permanent freedom is coming.
And going to the next page, do you recognize that message?
Yes, I do.
And could you indicate the date that was sent, to whom it was sent, and by whom, and read the text into the record?
Yes, so on 7/30 or July 30th, 2019, Chad sent Lori an SMS message that read, I got the inspiration to go back to my original death percentages that helped us track Charles, Ned, etc. Tammy is very close. Her percentage has fallen steadily since Hiplos left. It is encouraging.
And we see in there the mention of Ned, who you've already indicated you were able to determine who that was. Does that additional name, Iplos or Hiplos, were you able to determine who that references to?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
That was one of the first names that was associated with an evil or dark spirit associated with Charles Vallow was Hiplos.
Did you also locate messages between Alex and Lori on that device?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize the messages on that screen or the page in front of you?
Yes.
Could you indicate who sent those, to whom they were sent, the date, and read the content into the record?
On September 3rd, 2019 at 10:02 a.m., Alex sent Lori a message. Network name is anti-layman. Password is the number 2, too many kids. Lori responded to Alex, funny.
And this was sent on September 3rd of 2019.
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, were Tylee and JJ missing at that point?
Yes, they were.
On September 3rd, were they missing?
September 3rd, I'm not sure the exact date on when we started looking for them. I'm not sure
You became involved in the investigation a little later?
Yes.
Would it have surprised you to learn that they were last seen later in September, Tylee on September 9th and JJ on September 22nd?
And I object to the form of the question. I believe that, well, you know what, I'll just withdraw it.
Okay.
I'm not sure the exact day that they went missing in this case, but like I said, I did pick up this investigation later on in January.
And you had indicated you were aware of the attempted shooting of Brandon at the time you were looking at these accounts.
Yes.
Do you know the date of the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
I believe it was October of 2019.
Do you recall locating any searches or deleted searches on either of these accounts?
I do.
And were they around the time of the shooting of the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, they were.
Do you recall what they were searches for?
On that day, there was some deleted cookies on her account, and a majority of those searches were for news stations in Arizona.
And were those deleted cookies from October 2nd of 2019?
That sounds about right, yes.
As part of your investigation, did you also review phone data from an individual named Zulema Pastenis' phone?
Yes, I did.
Did you locate messages on that phone?
I did.
And I believe you've already indicated that you also looked at an iCloud account associated with Charles Vallow?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I would ask to have the witness shown what's marked as State's Exhibit 51. I believe the court and counsel should have a copy. And to keep the record clear on that last Exhibit 48, we will mark the jump drive with an exhibit sticker and submit it to the court as well.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And can the witness be shown that exhibit?
Yes.
And if you would look through those pages.
Okay.
And do you recognize those?
I do.
And are those, in fact, messages that you located during your search of Zulema Pastenis's phone and Charles Vallow's iCloud account?
That is correct.
And did you go over that exhibit with the state?
I did, yes.
And did you do that in preparation for your testimony here today?
Yes, I did.
Did you assist in creating those pages?
Yes.
And would it be helpful in your testimony today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask that the exhibit be admitted.
Any objection to admission of Exhibit 51?
Your Honor, we would like to put on the record that we have objected to this particular exhibit and all the information contained therein under 404B, and we understand that our objection was overruled in February.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thomas. So the court has previously made a ruling under the 404B rule that this evidence is admissible for purposes of trial. The exhibit, then, without further objection from the defense, Exhibit 51 is admitted.
Your Honor, I would ask to be allowed to publish Exhibit 51.
You can publish it.
And again, for the record, this is similar to the last exhibits where there is a paper copy that has been provided for the court and counsel's convenience. We do have a jump drive with the PowerPoint on, which we will intend to mark with an exhibit sticker and admit.
Okay, so that jump drive and digital file will be the actual exhibit, and counsel and the witness may refer to the paper copy so long as it conforms with that digital file.
Detective, do you recognize the messages on the screen or on the paper in front of you?
I do.
And do you recall if those were located from a phone extraction on a device belonging to Zulema Pastenis?
Yes, they are.
Could you read could you indicate who sent the message, who received it, the date, and then read the content of the message into the record?
Yes, the first message from Lori Vallow to Zulema Pastenis, dated May 29th, 2019 at 10:32 a.m. Perfect. I found out there are 4. One is a level 4 entity. His name is Hiplos. The H is silent. The other 3 are level 3s. Let's do this. Message from Lori Vallow to Zulema Pastenis on June 2nd, 2019 at 11:54 a.m. Yes, it does. Let's put some fire energy towards Hiplos now. He is driving now, and today is the day. I can do it spiritually. Let's go to him and hover over the truck till we do it. Are you ready?
And again, and Judge, can we take a brief recess?
Yes.
And I think the state is ready to proceed if the court is ready.
Yes, thank you, Ms.
I apologize for that. We had a power issue. I think you already indicated, but did you determine who Hiplos was referring to?
Yes, Hiplos was the name of the entity within Charles Vallow.
Do you recognize the messages on the next slide?
I do.
Could you indicate who the sender was, the receiver, the date, and read the content into the record?
Yes, the message from Zulema Pastenis to Lori Vallow, July 2nd, 2019 at 7:52 p.m. Also, I was given instructions today to rip, tear, or burn the aura of Hiplos to let the body energy out so he can't re-enter. The next message is from Chad Daybell to Zulema Pastenis on July 2nd, 2019 at 8:35 p.m. I am very happy to find out these estates. You and Lolo have doing amazing work. Mother Earth is so grateful to you both. Thank you as well for your help with Hiplos. He is so very close. Chad Daybell message to Zulema Pastenis, July 13th, 2019 at 9:57 a.m. Hi, Zulema. Yes, I would be happy to give you a blessing, possibly this evening or tomorrow. It is crazy about Charles, but such a relief.
And in that second message, through your review of accounts and phone records, were you able to determine who Lolo would be referring to?
Yes, I was.
And who was that?
Lolo was a nickname for Lori Vallow.
And that last message was sent on July 13th of 2019?
Yes, it was.
And Charles would have already passed away at that point?
That is correct.
Do you recognize the messages on the next slide?
I do.
And could you indicate who they were sent from, to whom, the date, and read them into the record?
Yeah, the following messages were between Lori Vallow and Zulema Pastenis on June 2nd, 2019. The messages range from 11:55 a.m. to 12:42 p.m., and they read as follows. Zulema to Lori. I'm ready. Lori to Zulema. Let's go now. Zulema to Lori. That is powerful. I'm still sending fire. Lori to Zulema. Yes, it is. I am blinding him with light. Zulema to Lori. Ooh, that's awesome. Lori to Zulema. I'm feeling it big time. Raphael is with us. Zulema to Lori. I feel him. Lori to Zulema. Did he leave? Zulema to Lori. I can't see him. I felt like I was chasing him because I saw me running after someone. Lori to Zulema. Get him. Zulema to Lori. Oh, I'm chasing. Lori to Zulema. You are amazing, lady. I love you. Zulema to Lori. I'm tired now. LOL. Lori to Zulema. Me too. I'll keep the light, abs, fire, gong till he's gone. Zulema to Lori. Me too. I'm still sending it.
And with these messages that we've gone over today, including this one, are there sometimes emojis attached to those messages?
Yes, they are.
And these slides did not contain the emojis that were present in the originals, is that correct?
That is correct.
We'd talked previously about the email account kkwalker75@yahoo.com. Did you locate additional messages linked to that email?
I did, yes.
And do you recognize the message on the next slide?
Yes, I do.
Can you read that into the record?
The message was sent April 21st, 2019 at 6:20. Dear Brother Daybell, hi, this is Karen from Avow. I contacted you a couple weeks ago to see if you would be willing to come speak to our youth here in Houston, Texas. You said you probably could. if there was a way to cover your expenses. Since then, I can't shake the feeling that you need to come share your story, particularly about chasing paradise. We are near the Houston Temple, and this summer our stake is focusing on family history work. My reason for contacting you again is that we have a stake youth conference planned for all day on Saturday, April 27th. The focus is on the temple, and I know you would energize the kids with your stories. We expect about 400 kids to attend, including some parents. I know it is extremely short notice, but is there any chance you could come? A high councilman is currently the main speaker, but he said he would be happy to let you speak instead. My husband and I have been financially blessed, and we would pay for your flight. We also have a casita attached to our house where you could stay and not be bothered. Also, my daughter mentioned the young single adults would love to put together a fireside on Sunday evening. I realize your main goal is to sell books, and that wouldn't be possible at these events, but I know that the interest in your novels would skyrocket here. I'm sorry it's so late. If possible, please let me know as early as possible in the morning so we can include it in the Sunday announcements. Also, we'd want to get your flights booked. If you are able to do both events, we could fly you in Friday, then depart on Monday. Please let me know if this is possible. We would love it. Karen Walker.
And did Chad respond to that email?
He did.
And on the following slide, do you recognize that, the content of that slide?
Yes, I do.
And could you indicate who that was from and read the content into the record?
The response to that previous email that I read reads, "Hello, Karen. Yes, I will be able to come, so let the wards know. I can talk to you later about arranging the flight. Chad."
Do you know where Lori Vallow was living on April 21st of 2019?
Lori was in Houston, Texas.
When you did your review of these messages, or of these devices and these accounts, did you pass your findings on to other law enforcement?
I did, yes.
Did you share the phone extractions with other law enforcement?
I did, yes.
If I can have just a moment. The state has no further questions. I will indicate for the record that similar to the others, we will mark this jump drive and submit it as exhibit, I believe it's exhibit 50.
D1.
51.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Thomas, are you going to be conducting cross-examination?
I will, Your Honor. If I could have just a second.
You may.
Your Honor,
Yes.
based on our prior objections to the 404B evidence, we believe that it would be, that the evidence being inadmissible, we're not going to have any questions for this witness.
All right. With that then, that would conclude the testimony for this witness.
Your Honor, may this witness be excused?
Any objection to excusing this officer?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The witness can be excused. Thank you for your testimony.
And, Your Honor, it's my understanding that we'd like to approach briefly if we could.
Very well. All right, Council, there's a couple of matters that I think we need to go on the record with, but outside the presence of the jurors. We're a little sooner than I would have anticipated for a mid-morning recess, but this will be a good time to do that, to allow us to have the discussion of these issues with Council. So we'll go ahead and take the mid-morning break. After I'm done talking to Council, we will take about 15 to 20 minutes after that, so I'm guessing the recess for the jurors may be roughly around 30 minutes or so. So we'll go ahead and let them be excused for this next part of the trial, and then we'll come back on when we're ready.
All right, please.
Judge, I believe we have another matter that's being handled by Mr. Rammel, and we may be able to proceed with that while we're waiting to obtain that additional information requested.
Okay, that's fine then. Let's go on the record for this next issue. Mr. Rammel.
Thank you, Judge. Just quickly before this next witness is called, we have had an issue arise with some new information on the next witness that the state intends to call Ms. Pastenes about a possible criminal history. We do not have knowledge of a possible criminal history that would require disclosure under Rule 16. In fact, Judge, we still don't believe that there is a felony on the record that would have required disclosure. But in due diligence, what we did see that there was a 1990s, in a background check, a 1990s criminal conviction in the state of Arizona that was ambiguous to the language. Attached specifically to that potential charge 25 years ago was a note that said, "Set aside judgment." So nothing was flagged, nothing was sent, as it didn't appear to the state or its agents that there was anything to disclose under Rule 16. As noted to the court earlier, Ms. Pastenes has counsel in town. A member of our team, Ms. Smith, in communication with him, clarified that ambiguous language from Arizona in the 1990s. He provided new information that there was a conviction 25 years ago, that in 2015 it was set aside, or what we would determine as a withheld judgment. Again, Judge, looking at Rule 16, in an abundance of caution, the moment that we learned of it, and I'll draw the court's attention to Rule 16. Rule 16B2, a felony conviction that is within the knowledge of the prosecuting attorney. Immediately upon receiving that information yesterday, we made counsel aware of that.
Back up there on, I'm looking at 16. You said B2. I've got 16B3 requires the prosecuting attorney to furnish the defendant a copy of the defendant's prior criminal record, if any.
And yes, Your Honor. And so this is a witness. This is not the defendant's criminal record. And so further down in that same section, it talks about felony convictions if known. We shared that information with counsel. Mr. Thomas had indicated to us that he may ask the witness about it. We think that that's inappropriate this time. I think that the state has complied with Rule 16 to the best of our ability. I also think that Rule 609 guides this under A, B, and C. Your Honor, A conviction regarding truthfulness. This is a drug conviction. And again, I say conviction. I think there's an argument to be made that this isn't a conviction. This is a withheld judgment. Under 609B, one within the last 10 years, this is 25 years old. And then Rule 609C specifically references a withheld judgment not being used. So with that, we don't think it's appropriate to be used in the testimony in front of the jury.
All right. Does the defense have a response to that motion by the state to disallow the reference to this prior conviction that was apparently set aside at a later date?
Just a couple things, Judge. First of all, the state has referenced Ms. Pastina's counsel. I'm not sure that counsel, if it's the same person that I think it is, Garrett Smith, I'm not sure he's licensed in the state of Idaho, so if she intends to plead the fifth at some point or intends to do something which she may need counsel for, I'm not sure it's appropriate to have him come in and give her advice where he's not licensed and has not, to my knowledge, been admitted pro hoc vice. Secondly, Mr. Archibald and I have talked about the record. We don't know anything about the record. We haven't seen the record. We've only heard from the prosecution about what the record may contain. But nevertheless, it doesn't sound like it's a crime of moral turpitude, so we're not going to bring it up.
Okay. On those points then, given the rules both 609 and 16b6, the court would find that it would be inappropriate to raise that issue given the proffer of the state on what that prior conviction may have been. I do, however, share in the concern counsel's brought up regarding I don't have any idea who the attorney would be representing the witness here and whether or not the attorney here is acting in the capacity as legal counsel in an Idaho trial, whether or not they have an Idaho license and would be allowed to, they can certainly advise a client and they're not filing any pleadings or becoming parties in the case here in the state, but I guess depending on where the scope of that representation goes, that should be taken under advisement.
Thank you, Judge. If I could defer to Ms. Smith on this. This is her witness. Any of the conversations that have been had with Ms. Pastinas as counsel will have taken place with her.
All right. Ms. Smith, what do you know about the attorney that may be representing this witness?
He is here more as aid and counsel. There is a matter the state brought to the attention of the court about an injunction Ms. Pastinas had to get in Arizona against, and I'm trying to determine if it's still active, and the name of that person. That injunction had to do with a conduct of a blogger or a citizen journalist down in Arizona. And so in large part, he's here for her aid. He was also part of conversations that occurred down in Arizona. There's zero evidence that she's going to take the fifth or anything of the sort. But in an abundance of caution, given that there was a limited use immunity agreement signed 4 years ago that's been disclosed to the defense. The attorney that was a part of that conversation in Arizona is here, and he wants to sit in. She has asked that he be allowed to sit in. I don't think there's any evidence that we're going to need him to give her legal advice, but given that slightly some complex issues stemming from Arizona, he is here in that capacity. I really don't envision anything implicated in Idaho law.
Okay, fair enough. If he's here in that capacity, I think that doesn't go beyond the scope of proper representation, so he should be permitted to be here as her personal counsel in the case, in particular as it relates to matters that would have occurred in Arizona. I think we'd only get into any kind of problems if, for some reason, some sort of specific Idaho legal advice or argument arose in the course of the witness's testimony. If you don't foresee that, I don't think it's an issue. So.
No, there's been no suggestion of that at all.
Okay. So, are there any other issues or matters we want to put on the record as it relates to this witness testifying before they're called?
I think those are the three. Was the prior conversation and the request to use the easel on the record? Okay.
That was not on the record. I'll just summarize. There was a request made by the state for some special accommodations for this witness. The defense did not agree, and the court sustains the objection of the defense at this time, I'll view the testimony to see how things are going, and if I believe that it is appropriate to have some special accommodation, then I may consider that, but I won't at the commencement of her testimony.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay.
We appreciate it.
So with that, then, I think we are at the point where you would call the witness, and what we'll do is take our mid-morning break, as I indicated. So let's, since the jurors have already been out for a few minutes, we'll plan on coming back on at about between 15 and 20 after the hour, and we'll start back with your next witness.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, we'll be in recess for the morning.
All right.
All right, let's have the jurors brought back in, and then the state can call its next witness.
All rise, please. Jury's all present, accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. Okay, we're back on the record on CR 22-211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The state's continuing with its case in chief presentation. Ms. Smith, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Zulema Pastanis.
Very well.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All right, thank you. If you'll follow. All right, before we get started here, I'll first advise you, Ms. Pastanis, to please make verbal responses to any questions so that we can keep a clear record. Please try to avoid speaking at the same time as anyone that's questioning you. And then I did want to inquire as to whether or not you have watched any of the testimony in this trial, either at a viewing location or in court or on the news or on the internet or anywhere.
No, sir.
You have not watched anything?
No.
Okay, thank you for that. With that in mind then, Ms. Smith, you can inquire.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Please introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury and spell your last name.
My name is Zulema Pastenes, Pastenes.
Okay. Ma'am, where do you live?
In Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. Do you have any family?
Yes, I have 3 children.
Okay. And do you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow, now Lori Vallow Daybell?
Yes.
Okay. How do you know that person?
I met her in 2018.
Okay. What time of year was it?
Fall.
Okay. Early fall, late fall, before Halloween or after Halloween?
Early fall.
Okay. Where did you meet her?
I met her at Melanie Gibbs' house. Melanie was having some meetings at her house. And she invited me to come and see Lori speak at that meeting.
Okay. And where was Melanie Gibbs' home at that time?
In Gilbert, Arizona, very near my house.
How did you know Melanie Gibb?
I met her when I moved into the ward where she lived at.
Okay. And when you say the ward she lived at, are you talking a ward in the Church of the Latter-day Saints?
Yes, it's a boundary, the church boundaries.
Okay. And did you begin to attend services in that ward?
Correct.
Okay. So you went to Ms. Gibbs' house, and did you see the defendant there?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that first meeting. What happened during that first meeting?
Lori was speaking, and during this meeting, she was giving a testimony that she had had visitations of angels, and that she had visitations of the angel Moroni that was giving her instructions, and that she was a personal witness of Jesus Christ.
Okay, let me ask you a couple quick questions. When you say she was giving testimony of the visitation from angels, and specifically the angel Moroni, what did that mean to you?
When someone is getting such visitations from a heavenly being, it would mean that this person has a very high spiritual standing, someone who is very righteous, and is just, I guess, spiritually above other people.
So during Ms. Vallow's testimony at the group at Ms. Gibbs' Hope, did you hear anything else? I thought you said something about a witness to Jesus or Jesus Christ.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So that would mean that you actually have a personal conversation, physical conversation with Jesus Christ.
Okay. And what significance did that have to you?
That would be the highest spiritual experience that any human being can have.
Okay. Did she say anything else at this first meeting at Ms. Gibbs' home?
She spoke that there were angels that were putting names in the computer for her to do family work in the temple for them.
At this meeting, did you believe her?
Yes.
Okay. And after the meeting, did you proceed to speak with her again?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I got her phone number, and then after that, we took a trip to St. George to go to a conference together.
So between the time you met at Melanie Gibbs' house and the time you went to, did I hear St. George?
Correct.
And is St. George in Utah?
Yes.
Okay. So between those two time periods, did you have any communication with Ms. Vallow? How'd you set up the trip to St. George?
Through text and calls.
Okay. During the text and the calls, did you develop begin a friendship with Ms. Vallow?
I think it was an acquaintance at the beginning, and then during the trip to St. George, we drove there and we sat next to each other, and that's when we started talking, and that's where our friendship developed.
Okay. And tell us about the conference at St. George. What was that?
It was a Preparing a People conference.
And what's a Preparing a People conference?
It's conferences where they teach you how to be better prepared for anything that may happen, like a disaster, but as well as preparing you for the second coming of Jesus Christ.
Okay. And so you went to a Preparing the People conference in St. George, Utah.
Correct.
Okay. And while you guys were in the car, you guys developed you became closer and learned a lot about each other.
Correct.
All right. At the St. George conference in Utah, did you meet anybody you already had known?
Yes. Chad Daybell was there.
Okay. And how had you known Chad Daybell?
There was another Preparing a People conference in Mesa, Arizona in July of 2018, and I had briefly met him there while I purchased a couple of his books.
Okay. So then you saw him again at the St. George Preparing a People conference.
Correct.
All right. And were you aware of whether Ms. Vallow knew Mr. Daybell prior to that St. George conference?
As far as I know, she did not know him until then.
Okay. So were you present when they met?
Yes.
Okay. And during that conference, how did the conference proceed for you?
I listened to a lot of the speakers. I looked at some of the table presentations, and I spoke to Chad a couple times as well.
All right. So was Ms. Vallow with you the entire time after she met Chad Daybell?
No, she spent a lot of time at Chad's table.
And you were able to observe them together?
Yes, they were talking with each other, and
when you say talking, how did they seem to interact based on your observations?
at first it was just regular talking, and then it was obvious that Lori was very flirtatious towards him, very giggly, and putting on the moves on him.
Okay. Did you see any interactions about his books with Ms. Daybell or Ms. Vallow at that point?
She said she was going to stay at his table until she was going to sell all his books for him.
And based on your observations, did she stay at his table a lot?
Yes.
Okay. How did the conference end?
We helped Chad pack up his table, and I think he only had perhaps maybe one box left of books. He has sold the rest, and we helped him put all his stuff in his car, and then he left, and then we went to the house where we were staying at.
When you say we, who was in the car?
It was Melanie Gibb, Lori, two other ladies that were the ones that were driving, and I.
Okay. Was Ms. Vallow in the car?
With us, yes.
Okay. Now, during that ride back from Utah to Arizona, were there any conversations with the defendant?
Yes, Lori was driving, and she, Melanie Gibb and I were in the back seat, and she wanted us to look at certain scriptures and then to search the scriptures for who James the Less was.
Okay. And did you, who was James the Less?
He was one of the apostles when Jesus Christ was on the earth.
Okay. Why did she want you to look up who James the Less was?
At the time, I didn't know why she was asking us to do this, but later on I found out that Chad had shared with her that in a previous life, him and, meaning Chad and Lori, had been married to each other, and during that time he had been James the Less, and she was his wife, and I believe her name was Elena at the time.
Okay. So that was in a previous life. Make sure I understand. You learned from Ms. Vallow that in a previous, she had been told in a previous life, Chad was James the Less.
Correct.
And she was his wife, Elena.
Correct.
Okay. But at the car in the car ride back from Utah to Arizona, she just had you looking up James the Less.
Correct.
All right. You said she had you looking up other scriptures or principles. What others did she have you looking up?
She had us look up Doctrine and Covenants 7711, which speaks about the angel that is going to gather and set apart the 144,000.
144,000?
Yes.
Okay. And I said, what did you say that passage was? I want to make sure I have it correct.
Doctrine and Covenants 7711.
Okay. And that was a passage about the angel who is going to establish the 144,000 in the last days. Do I have
Correct.
that? Okay. And prior to this conversation in the car where she's asking you to look this passage up, in the text or conversations you'd had with her, had she mentioned the Doctrine and Covenants 7711?
No.
Okay. Did she tell you why during this trip she wanted you to look at 7711?
No.
Okay. Did you look it up for her?
Yes.
Okay. Did you read it and discuss it?
Just read it, no discussion.
Okay. Did you talk about any other passages that you can remember in that car ride?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, at the conference, were there any photographs taken?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to hand to the witness, and I apologize on the exhibit list. I decided to split the two exhibits up. The exhibit list we sent out earlier has this all lumped into 52. We have an updated exhibit list printing for the court, but the exhibit list it states exhibits 53A, 53B, and 53C, copies of which have been given to both counsel and provided to the court. And I apologize. We'll get you an updated exhibit list, Judge. I meant to do that at the break, and it got away from me.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Judge, this may be a good time to bring up the fact that we have asked for an exhibit list, and the court has also inquired about the exhibit list, and we have not yet received it from, I know the court brought that up a couple days ago.
I'm sorry, counsel, you don't have an exhibit list from us? You've
I have
been
one that
given
has
one.
up to,
May we approach, Judge?
No,
'Cause
well, this is
that's-
a matter we can take up outside the presence of the jury at the conclusion of court today testimony.
Okay, because that's just not true. Okay. Maybe the witness be given those exhibits?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Take a look at each of those, please. Okay. Did you look at each of them? We need to hear you.
Yes.
Okay. What are States Exhibit 53A, 53B, and 53C as a group?
These are pictures that were taken at Preparing the People conferences.
In which Preparing the People conference?
The first two are from the Preparing the People in St. George. And I believe the third one was taken at the Preparing the People in Boise.
Okay. Which you attended?
Correct.
Okay. And do each of those, and there's water available if you need it, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Are each of those fair and accurate pictures of people who attended the Preparing a People conference, conferences that you've mentioned?
Yes.
Okay. And do they reflect individuals that you've testified about today?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe it misstates her testimony. She said that she was at a St. George conference, and then she's testifying that these photographs were taken in Boise, which would be a different location.
If I may clean it up, Judge?
Yeah,
Okay.
we do need that.
Okay. Just for now, which ones are the Preparing a People conference in St. George? Look at the sticker on the back, and if you can give us those numbers.
53C and 53A are from St. George. 53B is from Boise.
Okay. Let's put aside 53B for a minute, and then we'll talk about 53A and C. Do each of those pictures reflect the people who attended and were with you at the St. George Conference of Preparing a People in the fall of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to move for the admission of 53A and 53C.
Any objection?
No. No
All right.
objection.
Exhibits 53A and C are both admitted and may be published.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. The witness is getting some water, Judge.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You also have a screen available to you if you want to look at it, and there's one behind you if either one works better. This is States Exhibit. Let's start with 53C. Who is that? Who are in those pictures?
In the front, it's me. The lady that is holding my hand is an author. I cannot recall her name. To my left is Melanie Gibb, and to Melanie Gibbs is, I believe her name is Michelle, and she was one of the ladies that was driving to this conference.
Okay. So to make sure I understand, you're here with the dark hair, where
Yes.
my finger is? Okay. And Melanie Gibb was to your left, this lady right here?
Yes.
Okay. And the lady in the checkered?
Yes,
Michelle?
Michelle, I believe that's her name.
Okay. And the lady holding your hand was the author?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Now let's turn to State's Exhibit 53A. Okay. It's kind of small. See if I can zoom in. I don't know if that makes it blurry or not. No, unfortunately. Well, I think that's as good as we're going to get it. Okay. Hopefully it's clearer on your screen than it is there. Who is in this Estates Exhibit 53C?
On the far right is, I'm standing on the far right. Right next to me is.
Your Honor, I apologize, but I believe she just said 53C. I think this is 53A.
Oh, I apologize. He's right. Thank you, counsel. 53A.
On the far right, it's me. I'm standing behind Chad Daybell, who's right next to me.
That's you?
That's me. Mm-hmm.
Who's this?
This Chad Daybell. Melanie Gibb. That's Lori. And I believe her name is Danae, but I'm not very clear on her name.
Okay. And did you meet her at the conference?
Yes, her and her husband were one of the presenters.
So after the conference at St. George in the car ride, do you remember anything else the defendant said to you in that car ride back from St. George? I can't hear you.
I don't remember.
Okay. All right. Do you need some water?
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Now, when's the next time you saw the defendant, Lori Vallow, after the St. George conference?
After the St. George conference, there was another Preparing a People conference in Mesa, Arizona.
Okay. And how did you get to the conference in Mesa?
I drove by myself.
Okay. Once you got to the Preparing a People conference in Mesa, who did you meet there?
Chad Daybell was there, and he had a table like he had at the previous conferences. At this time, Lori had been ghosting me, so I hadn't spoken to her for a while, and I went to speak with Chad at his table, and then Lori approached, very sweet, and invited me to come to her house because she was going to have a small gathering after the conference at her house.
And did you talk to her anymore at the conference? The one in Mesa?
Yes.
What else did she say?
She expressed that she had asked Charles to go somewhere so that she could have people stay at her house for the conference.
And did people stay at her house for the conference?
Yes.
Who stayed at her house for that conference? To your knowledge.
To my knowledge, it was Audrey, and I don't remember her last name. Serena Sharp was staying at her house. Chad Daybell was staying at her house. And there was an artist that was a presenter at the conference also, but I don't remember her name. And she was also staying there.
And what else did she say when you were speaking at the Mesa Preparing a People conference?
I don't remember.
It's okay. And I thought I heard you say something about she invited you to her home after the conference.
Yeah.
Was I right? Did I hear that?
Yes, you did.
Tell us about that.
I was having a really rough day that day, and while I was talking with Chad, she came and asked me to come to her house to the gathering at her house, and I wasn't going to go at first, but Chad told me that he really wanted me to go and meet them there because he said he wanted to give me a blessing.
Okay. And we've heard a bit about blessing, but what's to you and in your faith, what is a blessing?
A priesthood blessing means that someone who holds the priesthood in our church is prepared to receive inspiration or certain words or comfort, words of comfort or words of encouragement or whatever it may be that that person is needing at the time, and convey it to the person through the laying of the hands, and give that person what they need at the time through a blessing.
And so at the Mesa Preparing a People conference, Chad Daybell said he would give you a blessing if you went to Lori Vallow's home.
Correct.
Okay. Did you end up going to Lori Vallow's home?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to her home after the Mesa Preparing a People conference, who was there that you can remember?
So the people that I previously mentioned, Audrey, Serena, Chad Daybell, and the artist that was there, and Alex Cox was there as well.
Okay. Now, who is Alex Cox?
He was Lori's brother, and then he later became my husband.
Okay. And prior to this meeting at Lori's home, had you met Alex?
No, this is the day I met him.
Okay. So what was going on at the home?
Everybody was just visiting and talking with each other, and then Lori, Chad, and I went outside to the backyard, and we talked there for a little while, and
Okay. What did you talk about?
I don't remember what we were talking about. I just remember she was playing basketball and asked Chad to play basketball with her. And I felt a little awkward.
Why?
I felt like a third wheel because think the way that I saw it was that Lori was being flirtatious with him, and it made me feel uncomfortable, so I decided to go inside. And Chad said that he was going to go inside with me as well. And Lori made a comment of the likes, why are you scared of me? And then they stayed outside for a little longer.
Okay. Now, you had said Chad had offered to give you a blessing. Did Chad give you a blessing at Lori Vallow's house?
Yes, after they came back inside, Lori took me to, excuse me, to a separate part of the house, a room separate from where everybody else was at. And Chad said he was going to give me a blessing, and he gave me a blessing that night.
Okay. And do you remember what the blessing entailed?
Yes, he said that I was a very special person, that I was a very special being, and that I that I was going to do some amazing things in the future, and that he was, I guess, grateful to know me, and it was full of a lot of praise.
Okay. And Lori was present?
Yes.
Okay. Was anyone else present?
No.
Okay. Now, this meeting at Lori's home, was this after the St. George conference?
Yes.
Was it in the fall, or was it before Christmas?
It was before Christmas. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you have contact with Lori or Chad again that fall or before Christmas?
I may have, but I don't remember it too clearly.
Did you ever see Melanie Gibb during this time?
We attended the same ward, so we would see each other every Sunday.
Okay. Did you go to her house at all that fall?
It's possible because we were good friends, so we used to visit each other a lot.
Okay. Did you attend, was there a meeting of Chad and Lori and you at Melanie Gibb's home?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Chad had come down to do a podcast with Lori and Melanie Gibb. They had started a podcast, and he came to be one of the guests at their podcast.
And while you were there, did you talk to Chad and Lori?
Yes. Chad invited me to, he wanted us to go to lunch. He said he had some information to give me, and he really wanted me to meet them for lunch.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you go to lunch?
We went to a restaurant called Firebirds in Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. What happened at the restaurant at Gilbert? At Firebirds?
Chad said that, excuse me, Chad said that he had some information to give me about my prior lives and privations, and he really wanted to speak with me in regards to that.
Who was present at this lunch?
Melanie Gibb, Lori Vallow, and Chad Daybell.
Okay. So what did he tell you about at the lunch at Firebirds?
He was trying to tell me what the information, he was trying to give me the information, but for some reason, Chad and Lori didn't want Melanie to hear what he was going to tell me. So he just told me what kind of information he was going to give me. And then he called me to tell me what my prior lives had been. And in this conversation, he told me that there was a way that he rated people, whether they were light or dark, and so he gave me a rating of the light, how light I was, and then he told me that I had come, that I had other lives on this earth, and he gave me the times and who I was on the prior lives that I had lived on this earth.
Now, during that conversation of the light and dark, did he give light and dark to anyone else? Or was this conversation solely about you?
During this conversation, it was only about me.
Okay. And did he go into detail about what he said were your prior lives?
Yes.
Okay. Did he talk about any of your prior lives in terms of how you passed away in that conversation?
He said that, I believe it was the second time, excuse me. I believe it was the second time that I had come to the earth. He said that I was, give me a moment. My thoughts just got really jumbled. He told me that I had been Lori's daughter, and during that probation, or during that time or during that life, that I had been killed at a very young age, at age 14, that I had been raped, and then that my body had been dismembered by the Lamanites, and I was killed at the same time that Lori was, when she was my mother during that life.
And was Melanie Gibb there when you were told this?
No.
Okay. Had she left the lunch, or was this at Firebird? I'm sorry.
During the lunch at Firebirds, he told me that what he wanted to tell me, but then during a phone call was when he gave me the details.
Okay. And that phone call followed up on the lunch after Firebirds?
Correct.
Okay. Was there anything else discussed at that lunch at Firebirds?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. When was the next time that you can remember that you had contact with Lori Vallow?
it had been a little while since I had spoken to her. I had sent her some text, and she wasn't answering me again, so I hadn't talked to her for a while, and then she invited me to meet her for lunch.
Okay. Where did you go to lunch?
At the same restaurant, Firebirds in Gilbert.
Okay. What happened at the lunch at Firebirds at Firebirds in Gilbert, Arizona?
During this lunch, Lori made a diagram of how different creations are created and how many worlds there are and how many privations one person can have, and how people are either light or dark. And she made a diagram and showed how people progress towards lightness or towards darkness.
And did she say how she knew this stuff? How did she know about light and dark? Or did she tell you at that lunch?
I don't believe that she said how she was finding this information. I guess just assumed that it was coming from Chad, since he was the one that had given me my rating, or I don't even know what to call it. It's like rating of light or dark.
Is it kind of like a scale?
Yeah, like a scale, yes.
Okay. And he had previously given you a rating on the light scale or on the dark scale?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were hearing similar things at this lunch with Lori?
Correct.
Who was at the lunch?
It was Lori Vallow, Melanie Gibb, and I.
Okay. And forgive me, did she put you on the light scale or the dark scale? I don't remember.
In the light scale.
Okay. And were there sort of levels of light or levels in dark on each scale?
Yes.
Okay. What was your level, if you remember? Were you high or low?
4.2 or something like that.
Okay.
I think there was.
Was that a high number or a low number?
It was fairly high.
Okay. Did she tell you where she was on the scale?
Yes, I believe that she said she was at 4.3.
Okay. And so during this lunch at Firebirds, did she talk about anything, any other ideas involving light or dark or spirits?
During this lunch, she said that Charles Vallow, her husband, had been possessed by a dark spirit or demon.
And was she able to identify for you the name of that demon or dark spirit?
Yes, I believe that she named him Garrett.
Okay. And did she talk anything about, helping Charles at all with this situation?
She expressed how different he was. He was acting different. He was more organized than he was before, that he was a completely different person, that he even looked like he was shorter than he was before, that this evil spirit had been following him for a couple of years so that he could learn everything about him, and that now had possessed him.
Now, was this near the time that you had before Christmas or after Christmas?
After Christmas.
Okay. Was it winter out or spring out?
I believe this was around February
Of 2019 now? Are we in?
2019.
Okay. And why do you think it was February of 2019?
If I remember correctly, that's what, there was a receipt from that lunch, and I kept the receipt because that's where Lori had made the diagram, and I had taken it home with me, and if I'm not mistaken, that's what the date on that receipt says.
Okay. So, and we'll get the copies of the receipt in a little bit. Let's get through testimony and then we'll do evidence, okay?
Okay,
All right, because you took that receipt and turned it over to law enforcement?
correct.
Okay. So, February of 2019, it's at that lunch, and she's talking to you about light and dark. Is that right?
Yes,
She's talking to you about the demon in Charles.
yes.
Prior to this time, had she talked to you about any concerns or problems she had with Charles or in her marriage?
When we were at the Preparing of People in St. George, she had expressed that she had, that her and Charles were having some financial difficulties. And at that time, while we were there, she said that she had been the beneficiary of Joseph Ryan's life insurance. That was one of her prior husbands, and that she had received, I believe it was $60,000 from that life insurance.
Okay. And Mr. Ryan, was he the father of Tylee?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I think we're getting into impermissible testimony regarding 404B. I think we talked about that.
I'm not going there, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not going
I'll
there.
withdraw the
Yeah.
objection.
I'm not going there. Did she say do you need a minute? I see you with a tissue.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Do you need a minute or are you okay?
Can I take just a second?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Vallow was talking about money problems and that she'd come into some money to help with those problems.
Correct.
Okay. And so she had mentioned this before, the money problems. Did she mention any other financial concerns prior to that lunch you had in February? Had she talked to you about it at all?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So then we're at the lunch where she's talked about light and dark, and she talks about Charles's situation with Garrett. What did she say anything else about Charles and the dark spirit?
She said that she didn't know at first that he was that he had been changed, or he was that he had been possessed by a demon, and that she had slept with him twice, not knowing that he was possessed.
Okay. Did she say that there was any way to help him or deal with the demon?
Not at this time.
Okay. Did she ever talk to you about a way to help or deal with the demon?
Yes.
What did she say? I'm sorry, when did she say it? Let's do it that way. When did she say that?
Towards the end of March, Lori said that she wanted a group of us girls to meet and get together because she had some things to show us and teach us, and we had a meeting at my house. I believe it was late March because it was right before general conference for the church.
Okay. And typically, when is general conference for the LDS church?
The first weekend of April.
Okay. And so the meeting get together at your home was right before general conference in March.
Correct.
Okay. So who was at your house?
It was Nicole, Christina, Serena, Melanie Gibb, and I.
And was Lori there?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, I'm just asking. So when people got to your house, what happened when people got to your home?
Everyone was staying at my house except for Nicole and Christina, and Lori said that she wanted to teach us something, so I brought out a whiteboard, and on this board she did the same diagram that she had done at the restaurant, and she taught that there was multiple probations, and again the scale on people being light or dark.
Okay. What else happened?
During this time, she also gave me a sticky note with my prior lives, and I believe she did that to the other girls that were there as well. She also said that we needed to cast out the demon from Charles and asked us to do a casting on him.
Okay. Was that the first time you'd ever heard of a casting?
I had read about it in the scriptures in the New Testament when Jesus cast out evil spirits, but in a personal way, yes, that was the first time.
Okay. Did Lori talk to you about a method or a tool to do a casting? A way to do a casting?
She said that we had to be holding hands and in a circle, and each of the participants would have different part to say or do in order to complete it.
Okay. And so who assigned the roles in the casting?
Lori.
Who told people what tools or powers they were to use?
Lori.
Okay. So what tools or energy did she ask you to use?
Fire.
Okay. So how did the casting proceed? How did it happen?
Each person would say their part, and then she would finish it by doing a sealing of the casting.
Okay. What did that mean?
I'm not sure how to explain it, but sealing would be like to make it concrete or make it final or make it valid, or not sure if I'm explaining it correctly.
To kind of finish it and give it some authority?
Correct. Yeah. Like that.
Okay. So, and who was the casting on?
This time was to cast out Garrett that had, that Lori had said that Charles had been possessed by.
And during this conversation about Charles being possessed, did she talk about any of the troubles she had with Charles?
I believe that it was, I want to go back to the luncheon that we had with Melanie Gibbon and Lori at Firebirds, because I believe that that's when she explained that sorry, my memory is a little fuzzy at times. It's been so long. She had explained that they had been arguing, and that by March they had separated because for that meeting she was coming from Hawaii, and she had related that she had taken his pickup away from him and his keys away from him and all of his stuff away from him.
Did she say why she took all those things away from Charles? Because they were separated, but she took all these things from him. Did she say why?
I believe this was during the process of them separating. I asked why not just leave him? Why take all his stuff and go through all this trouble of taking keys and clothes and cars? And she said she was being instructed to do this.
And so she had shared this situation with Charles and the separation with you. And was that before the casting or during the casting on Charles?
Before.
Okay. And so then going into the casting, this information had been given to you and maybe others in the group.
I know Melanie Gibb knew that information, and
Okay. So
give me a second.
sure.
No, I believe that the other girls in that meeting also knew that they were separated by this time, because she was telling everyone that she had been in Hawaii and not living at the house with Charles. So yes.
So that information that conversation and information she had was in people's mind going into the casting on Charles.
Yes.
Okay. During this meeting at your house, did you all believe her that what you were doing had value?
Yes.
Okay. You say that very certainly. Why?
Lori is very convincing, vivacious way of expressing things, are very charming and believing, plus the fact that she had expressed before that she had been visited by all these heavenly beings. Therefore, if someone is telling the truth about that, I wouldn't be questioning them. I would be believing they're telling the truth, because I would never think that someone would lie about something as sacred as that.
Were there pictures taken that night at your home?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show have the bailiff show provide the witness State's Exhibit 52A and 52B.
And on a housekeeping matter, Ms. Smith, on the prior set of 3 photos, I think 2 of the 3 were admitted and not the third. Is that correct?
Correct. We'll circle back on that, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Okay. Do you recognize 52A and 52B?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
What are 52A and 52B?
52A is a picture of, this is in my house in Gilbert, Arizona. And in this picture on the right side is me in the middle.
We'll have you describe it again in a minute. Can you are the pictures taken at your house that night?
Yes.
Okay. And do they reflect some of the people who were there at your house?
Yes.
Move for the admission of States 52A and B.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. States Exhibits 52A and B have both been admitted and can be published.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Let's start with 52B. Now you can tell us. This way you only have to tell us once. Okay. What are we looking at in States 52B?
We'll start on the left. On the left is Melanie Gibb. The middle is Serena Sharp. And then on the right-hand side is me.
Okay. And what are we looking at States 52A?
On the left-hand side is Serena. In the middle is Melanie Gibb. And on the right-hand side, it's me.
Is this the first time that you had done a casting or participated in anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. Did the conversation about casting come up again?
Yes.
Okay. Was there another casting done?
Yes.
Okay. When was that, or where was that, if that's easier?
It was also at my house.
Okay. How soon after the first effort in March was there another casting?
I don't remember exactly when it was, but it was after March.
Okay. Who was the casting on?
Let me back up a little.
Objection, non-responsive.
It's all right.
Sustained.
Okay. So let me ask you, had you done any other castings?
Yes.
Okay. What other castings had you done?
At the end of the last casting, we Lori got on the phone and trying to verify with Chad if the casting we had done had worked. And he had told Lori that it did work. But then later on, we found out that Lori and Chad said that even though we had cast out that demon that was called Garrett, that another more powerful and more skillful demon had come in and taken his place instead.
And what was that spirit or demon's name?
I believe they called him Ned.
Okay. And so you learned that after the first casting on about Charles.
Correct.
Okay. So what did she tell you about a spirit named Ned?
That he was more skilled, and that he was more powerful than the one before, and that we needed to do another casting.
Okay. And then was that next casting on Charles to get rid of Ned? Where was that?
At my house.
Okay. Who was there for the casting on Charles this time?
This time was still Nicole and Serena, Melanie Gibb,
Okay.
Alex was there also. He had been invited. At first, they had, Lori and Chad had said that Alex was a first creation or first time on the earth, which would mean that they were less spiritually experienced or savvy, and that we couldn't talk much about certain things in front of him because he wouldn't understand it or he wouldn't know them. But by this meeting, they had changed their rating on him, and by this time they said that Alex had been in prior creations and that he had been exalted in other creations. So he had already been proven, and that this was his first time on this earth, but he had been in other earths multiple times.
And so in that sort of status, did that now make him a powerful spiritual being?
Correct.
Okay. Did Alex believe that?
Most
Objection
definitely.
calls for speculation.
If you know.
Yeah, with that just question, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you know whether Alex expressed that he believed this?
Yes, he spoke about how he was very excited to find out who he was.
Okay. And so, now that Alex is the strong spiritual being, did he participate in the casting involving Charles and the entity they labeled Ned?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that casting.
Again, everyone had different parts to do.
What was Alex's part? If you remember.
I believe that Alex was the warrior in that casting, so he would have done something. I don't exactly remember what he was.
Okay. But who assigned the roles in this casting on Charles of that night at your home?
Lori.
Okay. Were you given information by Lori that the casting to remove Ned worked or not?
Again, she got on the phone with Chad and asked if he had worked. She was very confident that this time was going to work because she had told us that we had to fast. She said that in the scriptures when the apostles could not cast out a demon or evil spirit, that in the scriptures they said that Jesus had told them that there are certain spirits that can only be cast out by prayer and fasting. So she had told us to fast, so we all fasted, and she told us that we couldn't eat until after we had done the casting, and so she was confident that it was going to work because of the pre-work that we had done. She told us again that it had worked.
Was Alex there when she told you it worked?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, if somebody is possessed by a demon, are those people dangerous?
They're considered to be dark and to bring only bad things to happen. Yeah. So yes, would be dangerous.
And if you know, did Alex believe this?
Alex believed it more than anybody else there.
Did you have any follow-up conversations on whether or not the spirit Ned was successfully removed from Charles Vallow?
So then Lori said that Ned had been removed, but this time there was even a more powerful demon that had come and possessed Charles or Charles's body, and that this time it was someone who had been who had done the same thing for hundreds of years and was very like an expert at doing that.
Do you remember the name? Was the name Hiplos or
Hiplos, I think it was.
Okay. So was there another casting for Charles to remove Hiplos?
Yes. At this time, Lori had moved to Texas, so she had moved back with Charles, and she asked us to be on conference calls early in the morning, and again we would do casting on Charles to cast out Hiplos.
Who participated on the calls on the casting on Hiplos or Charles?
It was Christina, Nicole, Melanie Gibb, Melanie Boudreau, Lori, and I.
Okay. Was Alex on these calls?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. And did you try another casting on Charles?
There were several castings that we did on Charles during that time.
Okay. And did Alex participate in in any of these castings other than ones? Let me ask you a better question. Did Alex participate in the castings involving the spirit Hiplos in Charles?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. And did you learn at any point whether the casting to remove Hiplos worked?
No, Lori said that this one was a very powerful demon, and that the reason why Charles had moved to Texas was because there were doctors there that helped these kind of people who possess other people's bodies to stay alive, and helps them to keep the body alive and going.
Did you, to your knowledge, was Alex aware of this issue with Charles being possessed by an exceptionally strong spirit?
Yes, he knew.
Okay. Did Lori say why she was stayed with Charles when he was possessed with a bad spirit?
She said she had, I asked her why she would move back to Texas with him after all the problems they had, and she said that she needed to be with Charles in Texas for a little while to get her finances straight.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was Alex aware that Lori needed to get her finances straight?
I don't know.
Okay. And during this effort to cast out Hiplos and deal with Charles, did there come a time that Charles passed away?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when that was?
It was July 11th of 2019.
Okay. I got to ask, how do you remember that date?
Lori always said that she had a connection with the 7-Eleven, the number 7-Eleven. She would mention that number all the time as if it was some kind of so she had some kind of a spiritual connection with the number 7-Eleven. And when she told me what had happened, she said that it was 7-Eleven, therefore it had been all orchestrated by God, and she felt that because it was 7-Eleven and it was her numbers, that Charles or Hibla's had been delivered to them, to him, to her and Alex.
So when you say she told you about what happened, are you saying she told you about what she said happened to Charles Vallow?
Correct.
What did she say happened to Charles Vallow on July 11th?
She said that Charles had rented a house in Gilbert. I think it's Chandler, but it was a house for her and the kids. They had moved into this house, and he had come from out of town to pick up JJ that morning to take him to school, I believe. And while he was putting JJ in the car, Lori took his phone, and he came back to get the phone, and she didn't want to give him the phone, so they started arguing about the phone, and Alex was there, and he got involved in the fight, and they started fighting. Alex said that he was trying to protect his sister, and then Tylee came into the middle of this fight with a baseball bat and telling Charles to leave, and that Charles had taken the bat away from Tylee, and Charles had hit Alex on the back of the head with the bat, and Charles and Alex wrestled around fighting, and at one point Alex got his gun and he shot Charles, and that's how he died.
So did she say what happened after that?
She said they had called the police, and the police had interrogated them, and they had deemed it to be in self-defense.
Did you talk to her after this, after she told you about what had happened to Charles, what she said had happened to Charles? Did she talk to you again about what was going to happen next?
Lori, said that there were certain things that needed to happen before the second coming could happen, and there were certain things that she was instructed that she needed to do in order to usher the second coming, and one of them was that she needed to cleanse the earth from evil spirits. So every time that something would happen will be something like another step ushering the second coming.
So was Charles's death, what she told you, part of the steps towards the second coming?
Yes.
Okay. And if you know, did Alex believe this?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, did at some point you have a conversation with her about her staying in Arizona or her moving?
She had said that she wanted to be in Arizona, but then Chad Daybell told her that she needed to move to Rexburg, and so she packed up her house and moved to Rexburg.
What was significant about Rexburg, Idaho?
Chad had said that Rexburg, Idaho, was going to be a place of refuge where there was going to be invasions of other countries coming into the United States, and that Rexburg was going to be a place where there would be soldiers and warriors that would be defending that area, and that area had been prepared by the church to accommodate people to come towards that area to be as a place of safety.
Okay. And so did Lori move to Rexburg?
Yes.
Ms. Smith, we're getting right to the lunch break. If there's a logical breaking point in your questions that you think would work in the next few minutes.
This is actually one of them. We're moving to Rexburg right now. So.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our lunch recess then. We'll keep trying to shoot for this under an hour lunch with our schedules, so try to reconvene around 12:45 if possible.
Thank you. All right, please. All right, please. Jury's off, President Counsel, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we'll go back on the record on case CR 22-21-1624, State versus Lori Vallow. We just concluded the lunch break. The state's still continuing its case in chief, and you've got a witness, Ms. Pastenes, that's in direct examination. Is the state ready to proceed with continued direct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Is the defense ready to proceed as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll go ahead and have the witness return to the witness stand. All right, I'll just remind you, Ms. Pastenis, you are still under oath for your testimony today. And with that, Ms. Smith, you can continue your examination.
Thank you. All right. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay. Now, I think we were talking about the time in the summer of 2019 after Charles Vallow died, that Lori Vallow moved to Rexburg.
Correct.
Okay. How did you learn that Lori Vallow was going to move to Rexburg?
She told me that she was moving.
Okay. And I believe you've told us that she told you why. Do you remember talking about why she moved to Rexburg?
She said that that their part of her mission was for her to be there.
Okay. And so who moved to Rexburg with Lori Vallow?
Alex.
Okay. Where were Lori Vallow's children?
With her.
Okay. And Alex, did Alex and Lori end up living in the same apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have do you know how Ms. Vallow was going to pay for things in Rexburg? How she was going to finance things?
When I asked her how she was going to finance, how she was going to live, since she didn't have a job, she told me that she was receiving Social Security from Tylee, from her dad passing away before the age of 18. JJ was receiving Social Security from his dad dying, and since she had been married for over 10 years to Charles, then she will also receive Social Security, and she said that it was something close to $6,000 a month, and she didn't need to work.
And so did she in fact move, and did Alex move to Rexburg?
Yes.
Okay. Did you go visit them in September of 2019?
I did.
Okay. Where did you go stay?
I stayed in Alex's apartment.
Okay. And was Alex living with Lori, or was Alex living on his own?
Alex had his own apartment.
Okay. So you stayed at Alex's apartment. Where did Lori stay?
Lori was in her apartment.
Okay. When you visited, did you see Tylee at all?
No.
Okay. Did you ask where Tylee was?
Yes.
And what did Lori tell you about where Tylee was?
She said she had to be free.
When she said she, who is she?
Tylee.
Okay. And who said this to you? Was that what Lori said, that Tylee had to be free?
Correct.
Okay. Did she say where she was staying, where Tylee was actually staying?
When I tried to ask her what she meant by that, she lifted her hand and put it up to my face and said, "Don't ask."
Now, when you were there, after she talked, did you ask about JJ as well after she talked about Tylee like that?
JJ was there.
Okay. What was JJ doing?
He was playing outside with his neighbor friends.
All right. And did Lori say anything about how JJ was handling being in Rexburg?
She said that he had some toiletry issues since they had moved.
Okay. Did she say anything about JJ being attacked by demons?
She said that she started saying that before they moved to Rexburg.
Okay. So she had told you prior to the move to Rexburg that JJ too was being attacked by demons.
Correct.
Okay. What did she say about whether Tylee was being attacked by demons or evil spirits?
Right before she moved to Rexburg, she said that Tylee had been possessed by evil spirit or a demon, and she called it Hillary.
Okay. Do you remember how many times she's talked about Tylee being possessed by the spirit Hillary or the demon Hillary?
About 2-3 times.
Okay, more than once.
Correct.
Okay. What about JJ, but him being attacked by demons? Did she say this once or more than once?
More than once.
Okay. How many times?
It was a few times.
Okay. Do you know whether JJ ever had a comfort dog or a service dog?
Yes.
Okay, what was that service dog's name?
I believe it was Bailey, something like that.
Did she ever talk about any issues with Bailey?
Yes, she said that that they were evil spirits attacking JJ, and they were going into the dog Bailey because it was easier to possess the dog.
Okay. And so did she give away or get rid of Bailey?
Yes, she did.
Was that before moving to Rexburg?
Yes,
After Charles died?
correct.
And then did she, and then once they were in Rexburg, did she repeat any concerns about Tylee being possessed by Hillary, the demon Hillary or the spirit Hillary?
No, Tylee was not there when I went there.
Okay. Did she say anything about JJ being attacked by demons when you were in Rexburg visiting?
Not that I recall.
Okay. What was JJ doing when you saw him in Rexburg?
He was playing outside with his toys and with his friends from the neighbors, the neighborhood kids, and then he came inside and asked for a popsicle, and then he went back outside, and then he came back inside to ask for a snack, and then he went back outside, and then I guess it was around 7 o'clock, and Lori brought him inside and started getting him ready for bed.
Okay. And while you were there, was Melanie Gibb there?
No.
Okay. And did Lori say anything about how it was caring for JJ now that Charles was gone?
She said she had hired I don't know whether it was a babysitter or a nanny that was helping her take care of him when she needed, and she also said that she had bought subscription to one of those bounce places so that he could she could take him there to be entertained.
Okay. So did she? And then how did you see Chad at all while you were in Rexburg?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. How did that happen? Let's start that way. How was it you were able to see Chad? Because at this time, Chad's wife, Tammy, was still alive, correct?
Correct.
And he was still living with Tammy, even though Lori's now in Rexburg, right?
Yes, he asked me to lie for him and to send a text to him saying that I was speaking at a conference or at a presentation, and that I wanted him to come and see me speak.
Okay. And did you send that text?
I did.
Why did he have you do that? And you said lie for him. Why did he ask you to do that?
So that he could he could have an excuse to his wife to come over.
To Lori's?
Correct, to come over to Lori's apartment.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did Chad come over?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to Chad at all during this time?
We did.
Okay. Was Lori there as well?
Yes.
Tell us about that conversation with Lori and Chad.
Lori and Chad were very aggressively trying to convince me to move to Rexburg. And we talked a lot about him saying that I needed to move to Rexburg.
Why did they want you to move to Rexburg?
they kept telling me that part of my mission was to be there and that I needed to help them build Zion there and that I just needed to move there.
Okay. Now, do you have a job?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have family in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. What did Lori say about, how you would, if you gave up and quit your job, how were you supposed to support yourself?
I said that if I was to move to Rexburg, there's no jobs there for me for my experience or my past jobs or anything that would match me, and what would I do there for finances. And she said, don't worry about it. Melly, meaning Melanie Pulaski / Boudreaux, she has enough for all of us.
Okay. Now, so at this time it was Melanie Boudreaux. That was her name, right?
At the time, correct, yes.
Okay. And so Melanie Boudreaux was her niece.
Yes.
And Melanie Boudreaux was in the process of divorcing her husband, Brandon.
Correct.
And she received a fairly substantial divorce settlement.
Correct.
Several $100,000.
Yes.
Okay. And so what did Lori tell you about Melanie supporting people? What exactly? I want to make sure we get the words right. What did she say?
She said, don't worry about it because Melly has enough for all of us.
Okay. What did you say to that?
I said, that's her money, not my money.
Okay. And did Lori have a response?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
All right. Did you ever talk to Melanie Boudreaux about the idea that her money was going to support all of you?
I told her about what Lori said after Alex had died, and she said that she was very sad that other people would be saying that about her and her money.
So while you're there and they're trying to convince you to move, did Chad or Lori talk to you about anything else? Did Chad give you another blessing?
Yep, he did.
What was that blessing?
In this blessing, he said that the Savior was standing right next to him, and that he was giving him the words to say to me, and that the Savior was telling me that it was time to leave Babylon and to move to Rexburg. He also added that the Savior was telling me that all my sins were forgiven.
Now, who was here when you were getting that blessing?
Lori, Chad, Alex, and I.
Okay. Now, it's my understanding from what you say a blessing is from somebody in a priesthood or almost anybody can give you a blessing, but it's personal to you, right?
It has to be a priesthood holder if they are going to be using the priesthood power, and it is specifically for you.
Okay.
Yes.
So why was Alex there?
Alex also received a blessing that day.
Okay. In front of you?
Yes.
What was Alex's blessing from Lori and Chad?
In this blessing, Chad told him that the Savior was standing right next to him, and that he was giving him the words to tell him as well, and he told him that all his sins were forgiven.
Okay. What was Alex's reaction when Chad and Lori told him all his sins were forgiven?
He started sobbing.
During this blessing for you and then blessing for Alex, did the concept of marriage ever come up?
Chad had given me a blessing in August of 2019 in Lori's house, and at that time he had also told me that I was going to be moving to Rexburg and that I was going to be getting married.
Okay.
And in this blessing, he, in Rexburg in September, he also referred to that.
Okay. So he'd given you a couple of blessings each time mentioning the idea that you're going to be getting married.
Correct.
Okay. And any of these times did he and Lori talk to you about who you should marry?
No.
Okay. Did the subject eventually come up about who you should marry or who they would like you to marry?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Lori and Chad were teaching that a man and a woman should always be together because they're stronger as an entity than as two separate people. If they are together, then they can have the priesthood together and they can be stronger and be more effective in whatever it is that they are going to do. So she, once Alex and I started dating, then they started saying that we should be married.
Okay. Now, at the visit at Lori's house in Rexburg in September, when Tylee wasn't there, but JJ was, were you dating Alex at that point?
We had gone in one day before he moved to Rexburg. We went out to dinner, and on this trip that I went there, we just were getting to know each other, just talking a lot, and he was really funny, so we had a lot of fun watching movies and talking and just getting to know each other.
So after your trip in September, how long did you stay in September?
I believe it was only like 2 to 3 days or something like that. It was a very short trip.
Okay. Do you remember if JJ was going to school on those days, or do you think it was a weekend?
I believe it was part of the weekend and then part of the day.
Okay. And were Melanie Gibb or her boyfriend David Warwick there at all?
No.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you guys were getting to know each other. Did there come a point where your relationship with Alex actually became dating or kind of took off?
Yeah, Alex came to Arizona on October 31st. It was Halloween, and he came over. Lori had asked that Alex and Melanie Boudreaux would stay in my house.
This is down in Arizona?
In Arizona, And when they came down, Alex and Melanie came over to my house, and I gave Melanie my bedroom, and Alex and I stayed up talking most of the night, and that was the first time that we held hands or the first time we kissed.
And was that Halloween?
Yes.
Okay. And so after Halloween of 2019, did there come a point where you actually got engaged?
Yes.
What day did you guys get engaged?
It was on my next trip to Rexburg in November.
November 7th?
Correct.
Okay. So you go back up to Rexburg November 7th, and when you're up in Rexburg, Alex gives you an engagement ring?
Yes.
And you agree to marry him?
Yes.
Okay. When you're back up in Rexburg November 7th of 2019, did you see JJ?
JJ was not there. Lori was not there. Chad was not there.
What about Tylee?
No.
Okay. Now, you guys got engaged. Do you know where Chad and Lori were at the time?
We didn't know where they were at. I didn't know where they were at. But later, while I was there during that trip, we received pictures of them getting married in Hawaii.
Okay. And was there any communication once you got the pictures of them getting married in Hawaii?
I believe so.
Okay, what was that?
I don't remember exactly what the communication was.
So did you and Alex stay in Rexburg, or did you head back to Arizona after you got engaged?
I came back to Arizona. Alex stayed over there. And I invited him to come down to spend Thanksgiving with me and my family.
And did he do that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any communication with Chad or Lori on Thanksgiving?
No.
Okay. To your knowledge, did Alex?
No.
Do you know if Alex was having regular communication with Chad and Lori sort of from the time you got engaged until around Thanksgiving?
I know they were having a lot of communication all the time, daily and on a daily basis, several times a day, perhaps. But when he left Rexburg to come down to Arizona, he told me that they had stopped communicating with him. And even though he was trying to call them and sending them text, they weren't answering him.
And what was his reaction to sort of going from lots of communication to no communication?
He was upset. He said something like, can you believe they're being such jerks after how much I have helped them? Now they don't even want to talk to me.
Okay. Now, let me step back and say, do you remember when hearing that Tammy Daybell had been shot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what day she was shot?
Yes.
What day was she shot?
If my memory serves me right, it was October 9th.
Okay. And were you having, do you believe she was shot that day or shot at that day?
Shot at.
Okay. How did you find out about that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember hearing about Tammy actually dying and being killed? Or shot, I'm sorry, I apologize. Do you remember hearing about Tammy dying?
Yes.
Okay. How did you hear about that?
Melanie Gibb called me to tell me that Tammy had died the night before.
And what was your reaction?
A little bit of confusion. I didn't know how she had died. I didn't know what to think.
Okay. But prior to do that, you had learned that she had been shot at by someone.
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever present with Lori around that time that Tammy was shot at?
Yes, the same night.
Okay. And so what were you guys doing that night that you learned Tammy had been shot at?
Lori had come down to, excuse me, to Arizona, and she had texted me earlier during the day and asked me to come to Melanie Boudreau's house because she needed my help with something and she needed to see me.
Okay. And did you go?
Yes.
All right. What happened when you got to Melanie Boudreau's house in Arizona?
Lori told me that Tammy had been possessed by a demon, and that it was no longer her, kind of like the same thing that she had said about Charles, and that she needed my help casting out from her.
Okay. And did you guys do a casting on Tammy?
Yes,
Okay. What was that demon's name, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was his name Viola sound right?
Yes, that sounds right.
All right. And so while you're doing the casting on Tammy, trying to get Viola out, who was there?
Melanie Boudreaux was there. Her children were all asleep. And while Lori and I were doing the casting, Melanie got a phone call, and she was on a phone call while we were doing the casting.
Okay. How did the casting on Tammy end?
Lori said that she had received some new information on how to do a casting, that it could work, and we were going to be using the Cosmos, and can't remember exactly what other things, but that we were going to be using this. And then afterwards, she gave me tons of praise for how awesome I was and how great I was. And then afterwards, she received a phone call from someone.
Okay. And was she near you when she got that phone call?
Yes.
Okay. What was her attitude and demeanor when she got that phone call?
She was very, very angry, scary angry.
Okay. And now this is the night that Tammy was shot at.
Correct?
Okay. So while she's on the phone, she appears angry and scary angry. Did you hear anything she said?
Yeah, she was using some very derogatory terms such as idiot, moron, and just being very, very angry with whoever she was on the phone with.
After she got off the phone, what did she say to you?
She said, idiot can't do anything right by himself.
All right. Now, eventually, you heard that Tammy had actually died, right?
Correct.
And you told us that Melanie Gibbett called you, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's move on and ask, after you learned that Tammy died, did you talk to Lori about that situation with her and Chad? Now that Tammy's gone, what did Lori say was going to happen?
Well, she said that that Chad and her had received instructions and visitations from angels that had come and taught them how to cast out demons, and now they knew how to do it. And that is the reason why Tammy had passed away, because they were able to finally learn how to do casting of a demon.
What did she say about her and Chad's future together?
Well, at first, she said that Chad and her were saying that they were going to be in Rexburg, and that's where they were going to be building Zion, and that this was going to be a place of refuge. And then all of a sudden they said that they were going to be going somewhere else.
Did she say in the few days after Tammy died, did she say where Chad was going to be living?
Yes, she said that the day after the funeral, Chad was going to be moving into her apartment.
What was your reaction, and did you say anything?
I did. I said, isn't that a little too fast when there should be some time for grieving?
And what did she say?
Nothing.
Okay. So you mentioned that she and Chad had been talking about everybody kind of creating Zion in Rexburg. Did they tell you, that things changed or that they were leaving and going somewhere else?
They didn't say anything. They just left.
Okay. And then you learned they got married in Hawaii.
Correct.
Okay. Did there come a point where they came back from Hawaii and visited you in Phoenix?
Yes, on the way back from Hawaii, they had a layover in Phoenix, and they were staying at a hotel in Gilbert, close to my house, and they asked me to come and see them at their hotel, and they asked me to go have dinner with them and then drop them off at the airport.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. During that dinner, did you ask about either Tylee or JJ?
I asked where was JJ and who was taking care of him if they were in Hawaii.
And what did they tell you?
She told me that JJ was with Kay and that she had given him to her.
Okay. Now, did there come a point, and I don't think I've asked you this, so I apologize. What day did you marry Alex Cox?
December 1st.
Okay. And did there come a point before you married Alex Cox that you got a call from Melanie Gibb? Or was it after you married Alex that you got a call from Melanie Gibb about Chad and Lori's teachings?
After.
Okay. And so, for context, what did Melanie Gibb say to you?
She was very upset. She said she felt that she was very emotional. She was very upset. She said that she felt that JJ and Tylee were missing, and she didn't know what had happened to them, and she felt that we had been deceived by Chad and Lori, and that they were asking her to lie for them, and she felt that they were doing something wrong, and she.
So what was your reaction to that conversation?
Utter confusion. I was confused. I didn't know what to think or how to process that information. To hear my friends saying that all of this was happening, and then at the same time knowing how much trust I had put into these two people. It was very, very confusing, and I was very distraught and confused.
And did you turn to Alex, who you were married to at this time, and ask him about it?
I did.
What did he say?
He was very quiet, not himself, not his usual self. I asked him, how can Kay be looking for JJ when JJ is supposed to be with her? How can the person that's taking care of him be looking for him? And
what did he say to you?
He said, I know. And
did you ask him more about it?
He just didn't answer me. I'm sorry, I'm just being distracted.
That's okay. You okay?
was just distracted by what's happening in the end at the back of the room.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. It happens. Okay. So you were talking to Alex about the call you'd gotten from Melanie Gibb, right? And did he say anything about Tylee missing? Did you ask him about that?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that the police were looking for JJ, Tylee, Lori, and Chad?
Not until after Alex had died.
Okay. So let's do this. So what day did Alex pass away?
December 12th.
Okay. Had you received information about anything going on in Rexburg, or actually in Utah, the day before Alex passed away?
I had a very long day at work, and I came home probably around 7:30 p.m. And when I came into my bedroom, Alex was on the phone with Chad and Lori, and they were telling him that Tammy's body was being exhumed on that day. That was December 11th.
Okay. And were you present in the room with him while he was on the phone with Chad and Lori?
Yes.
Okay. Could you did you ask him about that conversation?
After they were done talking, after they hung up, yeah.
Okay. What did you ask him about?
I was very confused about the reason why they would be exhuming Tammy's body. And I was asking him, why would they be exhuming her body? If she had died of natural causes, or, and I asked him if he was involved in anything that to do with Tammy's death.
Okay. And then what did he say?
He said no.
Okay. Did you ask him anything else?
Yes, I kept pressuring him.
And then what?
Things were very, very weird at this time. They just seemed that there was so much going on, and so, just so weird and so bizarre. And I started pressuring him for information. So I told him, I said, what is going on? What is happening? How come they are not here? You don't even know where they're at. We don't even know where they're at now.
When you say they, who are you talking about?
Lori and Chad. We don't know where Lori and Chad are at. What is happening?
And what reaction did he have? Ultimately, what did he say?
He was very quiet and unresponsive, and then he said, I think I'm being their fall guy. Meaning.
And what did you say?
I said, a fall guy for what? What is it that you have done? What have you done that you would be the fall guy for? It was like I kept pressuring him, and I was so frustrated because he wasn't answering me. So I would walk away, and he would say something, and then I would come back, and then I would pressure him again, and then he said, one of the times when I was walking away from him, he said, Sulema, either I am a man of God or I am not.
And then Alex passed away the next day?
He passed away the next day.
Okay. Now, I have some additional questions, but let's talk a little bit. You had mentioned earlier about a journal, correct? And some drawings that you had from Lori or that you gave to law enforcement?
Yes, correct. I keep a journal all the time.
Okay. Your Honor, may the witness be handed State's Exhibit 54?
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense counsel has a copy of all of this, but I'm not sure he's seen the envelope. Oh, actually, he did see the envelope, but,
I like to see it right now.
okay.
Ms. Smith, I don't know if I have a court copy.
No, it's the actual exhibit, Judge. But we can, if the court wants copies of the physical exhibits, we can certainly do that.
No, I'll take if it's documents, I prefer that, but I'll take a look
Okay.
at it first before it's handed to the witness, please.
Yes, sir. And for the future reference, if it's a document that's in evidence, you want a copy?
I would appreciate that, yes.
Sure, we're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, would you take a look at each of those, and then I'll ask you some questions? But we can't show the jury yet. It's not yet admitted or published, so I need you to look at each of those first.
Okay. Yeah, these are all the pages from my.
I'm sorry, what
These
are
are-
those?
These are all the pages, not all of them, but the pages from my journal.
Okay. That you referenced showing and giving to law enforcement?
Correct.
Okay. And are they true and accurate copies of the pages of your journal that you've referenced in your testimony today?
Yes.
Okay. Move for the admission of State's Exhibit 54, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Exhibit 54 will be admitted.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Permission to publish to the jury, Judge?
You may.
Thank you. Okay. Now, ma'am, State's Exhibit 54 has multiple pages in this document, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Let's start with the front page, which is a yellow sheet of paper with some drawings on it. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a diagram.
What is it of?
This is a diagram of multiple creations and multiple worlds that one person can come to.
Okay. And is this a diagram based on teachings given to you by Lori?
Yes.
Okay.
Lori and Chad.
And so what is on, for me, it is on the left side of the paper? What are those words in that drawing?
So those are creations, or those are five 5 worlds that were created, and each one of them there is Satan and a savior. There is each one of those worlds or creations were done separately, and the 5th creation or the 5th world is the earth, which is the lowest and the darkest world. This depicts what Lori and Chad said that I had lived. According to them, I had lived 5 times on the 3rd creation, 4 times in the 4th creation, and 4 times in the 5th creation. On the side, on the bottom, it says limbo, and this is where Lori and Chad taught that the spirits who had been pushed out by if a person dies, there is a 2-minute window in which a demon can take over that body and inhabit it, and such as what they were saying that had happened to Charles and had happened to Tammy. And the spirit, the original spirit of that person, goes into limbo. It doesn't move anywhere. It can't go anywhere. It's just in limbo because it's waiting for the body to be put to rest.
So let me ask you, so when a person's spirit is pushed out of their body and the evil spirit gets into their body, the person's spirit goes to limbo?
Correct.
So for Charles, his spirit was put into limbo, according to Chad and Lori.
Correct.
And again, did Alex Cox believe this?
Oh, absolutely. Can you put that back? Because there's one.
Sure. Is there anything else of relevance on it?
Yes. See where it says a brother of Heavenly Father in Jesus?
Yes.
Chad had claimed that in another of those creations, he had been the brother of Heavenly Father in Jesus, and in another creation, he had been the Holy Ghost.
And if such things were true within the circle of people around Chad and Lori, would that have given Chad authority and power?
Oh, absolutely. He would have been spiritually the highest of anybody that we would know.
Okay. And where was Lori's rankings in all of this?
Well, he had chosen her to be his wife, so, and they had already been married 7 times before on this earth, and they had actually been in other worlds together also. So they had been married and exalted together in other worlds. So then that was his companion, therefore put her in the same spiritual standing as he would.
Okay. And did Alex believe all that?
Absolutely.
Now, with that document is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 18 pages from your journal, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just going to show you the first page and a couple of other pages. What are we looking at the front page of the stapled 18-page document that is your copy of your journal?
This is the ratings that Chad and Lori taught. So that would be going from a 1 is in the spirit world, and when you come the first time on the earth, you're a 2. Second time you come, you're a 3. The 4th time you come for 1, and so on and so forth. And it would be exactly the same thing for ratings if you were light or if you were dark. So this will be the rating, either 1L for 1 light or 1D for 1 dark.
And then is it, so the lowest level is at 1 and
Correct.
The highest level is 6 or 7?
6.
Okay. And this is the numbering scale for both the light and the dark?
Correct.
And forgive me, I think you told us, were you a 4.2 light?
I believe so.
Okay. And what was Lori when she first talked to you and introduced the idea?
4.3 light.
Okay. So higher than you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. On the fourth page of the exhibit, there is a phrase cast out. Do you see it?
Yes.
Okay. And it says get rid of them. How, once the evil spirit is pushed out of a body, how do you destroy the body?
I don't know if there was a way to destroy the body. What this would depict would be that since Lori and Chad were saying that every time that one demon was cast out and then will leave that 2-minute window for another one to come in, then spiritually we needed to
How do you prevent another?
prevent from another
Right.
demon to come in by doing certain things such as putting water and fire and destroying the body in order to be able to, so that there will be no way that another demon could come in.
Okay. And so in order to make sure a demon doesn't come back, the body has to be destroyed in some way.
Correct.
Burning is one way.
Correct.
Destroying, does that mean, taking apart? Is that another way?
Correct.
Okay. Is there anything about binding?
I believe so.
Okay. What about binding the body?
I believe so that there was one like that too.
Okay. May I have State's Exhibit, I believe, 8N and 8M, please?
Yes.
Previously admitted, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. Do you want to take this one? So I don't accidentally forget to give it to you. Here, thank you. Clumsy. Thanks. All right. Ma'am, these exhibits have been previously admitted, State's Exhibit 8M and 8N. These, do you recognize what these scales are, if you could see them? Let me see if I can zoom in. Focus. I may just have to show the witness the exhibit. Can you see it? Is it focused for you?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you know what these are?
Yes, I do.
What are these?
The one on the left-hand side is here again is the scale of the ratings of the people who are upon the earth right now, and Chad had put here how many twos, because remember one is still in a spiritual form, so a 2 would be billions of males and females, then a 3 would be only 700,000, for 1 would be 70,000, for 2's only 7,000, and so on and so forth, up to a 6.
Now, I do notice you mentioned the page that's on the left-hand side of the exhibit, because it's a photograph of a couple of pages. And what's the page sort of in the middle of the exhibit, the middle right side? Can you see any of that?
Yes. I believe this is when Lori asked Chad to give her the rating for all of her family.
Now, if you could, do you see a rating for her daughter, Tylee Ryan?
Judge, I'm going to object, and may I voir dire an aid of an objection?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Pastinez, had you seen these
Yes.
before
Yes.
before today?
Yes.
And who showed these to you?
I don't remember,
You don't remember?
but I have seen them before. Yeah.
Okay. Lori didn't show them to you, did she?
I don't remember.
Chad didn't show them to you, did he?
Actually, Chad did have this on his computer, and then, yes, he did show me this in his computer.
When?
At the meeting in August of 2019 at Lori's house.
Did it have all at Lori's house in August of 2017? Sorry, one more time. What was the date on that?
I believe it was in early August of 2019.
2019, early August.
I believe that's what the day was,
Okay.
to the best of my recollection.
Okay. And did it have all this handwriting on it?
No,
No. So it was a different document?
it was in his computer. It was the same document in computer format, whether it was Word format or something like that.
And he explained to you what all this stuff was?
Yeah, he had this and several others.
Okay. All right, Judge, I guess I don't have an objection.
Okay. You can continue with your examination, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I asked you about the rating for Tylee Ryan. That's down in the middle of the page. Under the phrase third husband.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it now.
What was Tylee's rating?
4.1 dark.
Okay. And on that same document, under Tylee, there is ratings for Charles Vallow, correct?
Yes.
And what was his rating now?
3 light.
What was the rating for Melanie Boudreau? I believe that's down at the end, and I know the print's hard and the scale, the lighting's hard in here.
3 light.
Okay. And what about Brandon? What was Brandon's rating?
3 dark.
And this was based on teachings from Chad?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, previously you have talked about states exhibits 52 and 53. Do you remember talking about some of those? Okay. Let me show you, if I may, Your Honor. Show you states exhibits 52 C, D, and E. See if you recognize those. Or, 52 C, D, and E. May I show those to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What is 52C, D, and E?
These ones are pictures that were taken at the Preparing a People conference in Rexburg.
Okay. And who was at that Preparing a People conference in Rexburg?
Chad Daybell, Serena Sharp, Melanie Gibb, and I.
Okay. Was Lori at that conference?
No.
Okay. And are each of those true and accurate pictures of the people who attended the Preparing of People conference? And was that in 2018 or was that in 2019? Okay. Are each of those true and accurate pictures of the people who attended that conference?
Yes.
Move for the admission of 52C, D, and E.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 52C, 52D, and 52E are all admitted.
All right, ma'am, let's turn first to 52C. I apologize, Your Honor, permission to publish?
You can.
I got ahead of myself. What are we looking at 52C?
On the left-hand side, it's me, Audrey, Danae, and Serena Sharp.
Okay. And you've mentioned Audrey before? Was she part of, did she attend several of the conferences?
Yes.
Okay. Was she friends with Chad?
Yes.
What is 52D?
So in these pictures, we are at Chad's table. And the left-hand side is Chad. The next lady, I don't remember who she is. Then it's Serena, Melanie, and I.
And 52E? What is that?
This is another picture of that conference. I don't remember the first lady on the left. Then it's Melanie, Serena, I, Audrey, and then I don't remember the other lady's name.
Okay. But you're in the middle in red?
I am in the middle, yes.
Okay.
In the red scarf.
All right. And Serena is on one side of you and Audrey's on the other?
Correct.
And then Melanie Gibb is on the further to your picture in the right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I may, Your Honor, state would like to show the witness State's Exhibit 53B.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a picture of me and Serena at the Rexburg Preparing a People conference.
Okay. Is that a true and accurate picture of you and Serena at the Rexburg Preparing a People conference?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for the admission of 53B.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't believe there's any relevance to this picture. It's just a picture of. I don't believe it has any tie to Lori Vallow or Chad Daybell.
I'll note the objection. I'll also note that, well, I guess it's been previously indicated by the witness that it was a different location as well. The question I have, though, is what is the relevance of that picture to the state's case?
I'm going to ask the witness some questions about conversations that occurred at the Rexburg Preparing a People conference.
And Your Honor, I guess my objection is I was going to say that this also was earlier referenced to be at another location, and now she's changing the location. I think if she wants to do that, maybe if she could offer us some sort of an offer of proof at a sidebar or something.
Okay, well, at this point, I will sustain the objection on relevance grounds.
Okay. Did you have conversations with Chad Daybell at the Preparing a People conference?
Yes, I always spoke with him during the conferences.
Okay. And do you remember, was this Preparing a People conference before or after Charles died?
Before.
Okay. And was it before or after he had talked to you about his light and dark scales? When I say he, I apologize. Chad had talked to you about the light and dark scales, if you remember.
I don't remember
Okay.
which one was first.
Okay. Do you remember a conversation with Chad at the Rexburg Preparing a People conference?
I'm sorry, I'm thrown off by the question because this is the Boise.
Okay.
This is the Boise conference, and yes, I did talk to him
Okay.
during that conference.
So let me make sure I'm clear. Can you look at the exhibit sticker on the back? I just want to make sure we have it straight. What's the number on the back?
53B.
Okay. And I apologize. What conference was it that this was at?
This is the Preparing a People Boise
Conference.
conference.
Okay. Did you have conversations with Chad Daybell at the Preparing a People conference in Boise?
Yes, I had conversations with him during the conference and after the conference.
Okay.
We were staying at the same hotel.
Okay. And was this when was this? Before or after Charles died?
Before.
Okay. Was it before or after Chad had met Lori?
After.
Okay. Was it before or after Charles and Lori had split up?
It was after they had split up.
Okay. So could you, so sometime in the late winter, early spring of 2019? Would that be correct?
I would say that's accurate.
Okay. So what conversation did you have with Chad Daybell at the Boise Preparing a People conference?
We talked about Lori was supposed to be at this conference, and we talked about how she was unable to make it because she canceled her trip at the last minute because she was thinking that Charles was going to serve her during this conference. We also talked about.
What, can I ask you, serve her how?
At this point, counsel, we've had an offer of an exhibit. We had an objection with some questions, a native objection, and I thought we were back just laying foundation, but it sounds like, I don't know if we've moved on from the exhibit or you're still laying foundation to get the exhibit in.
I apologize. I thought the court wanted me to continue to lay the foundation. That's what I was going for.
I just wondered if we were still in a foundational line of questioning.
I can do it either way. I can move for the admission again, having laid additional foundation, or I can finish this section up.
Let me just ask, Mr. Thomas, is there an objection continuing at this point with the additional questioning and answers you've heard here?
No, Judge, will not object.
Okay, so 53B was offered. It's now been admitted, and you can continue your questioning, Ms. Smith. Thank you.
Sorry. What did Chad say about Lori not being there?
We talked about how it was best for her not to be there so that she could be protected because in that way the person that was going to be there to serve her couldn't find her.
Okay. And why was Lori not getting served with divorce papers in a way of protecting her?
I don't know.
Okay. And who was present with you at this conference?
Melanie, Gibb, Serena, Audrey, and I were there.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time I will renew my request for the admission of State's Exhibit 53B.
It's already been admitted.
Oh, thank you, Judge. I'm sorry. May we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
And that's a picture of?
And that's Serena and I.
Okay. Now, turning towards some additional questions, there was your description of castings. Did the castings always stay the same? Were they handled the exact same way each time?
They were similar, but not the same.
Okay. How was it different than just praying for someone?
So when we are praying for someone, we are asking for whatever that person may need, or blessing them, or asking for help or deliverance, or whatever it may be that that person is needing. Casting is specifically to cast out an evil spirit or a demon.
And there were castings on Charles?
Yes.
That you participated in?
Yes.
Castings on Tammy that you participated in?
Yes.
Okay. The group of people that was that would come to your house or meet with Chad and Lori, were each of them given gifts or told that they had spiritual, significance?
Yes.
Okay. So what was Melanie Gibbs' gift?
She was a gatherer.
Okay. What was your gift?
Chad said that I was my gift was the elements.
What does that mean?
To be able to work with the elements.
All right.
I didn't quite get the response on Melanie's gift. What was that?
Melanie Gibbs' gift was?
A gatherer.
A gatherer. Okay. And just what does that mean? What does gatherer mean?
Gathering people who were awake.
Okay. What does awake mean?
Awake to the signs, aware of the times, and aware of the things that are to come prior to the second coming.
Okay. And yours was to work with the elements?
Correct.
Okay. And these were gifts identified or described for you by Lori and Chad?
Yes.
Okay. Did Lori tell you this, or did Chad? Or
Chad.
both? Chad. Okay. What was Serena? What was her gift?
Chad said that she was a very powerful goddess.
Okay. What about Melanie Boudreau? I think you call her Melly, but Melanie Boudreau. What was her gift?
I don't remember what her gift was.
Okay. And what was Alex's gift or responsibility?
He was a warrior.
Okay. And a warrior for what?
Chad had told him that he was going to be a warrior, a defender, and he was going to be training many other warriors that were going to be moving to Rexburg in the future.
Okay. And when you say a warrior defender, a defender of who?
Well, at that time, Chad had told Alex that he had come only once to this earth, and the sole purpose for him coming to this earth was so that he could be Lori's protector and defender.
Okay. Did Alex believe this?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. You mentioned about that Lori had talked about problems in her financial problems or problems in her marriage to Charles. Did you ever talk to Alex about that situation or about what happened to Charles?
I don't recall talking to Alex about their financial issues.
Do you recall talking to him about what happened to Charles?
Yes.
What did he say about what happened to Charles?
I asked him if he was okay after he had just shot someone. I thought he would be like in shock or struggling with what had happened. And he said, Sulema, he was a zombie.
Did Lori explain to you anything about Charles's life insurance money?
Yeah, she mentioned that Charles had $1 million life insurance and that she was the beneficiary of it.
Did she ever talk about other plans, that if the casting didn't work, did she talk about other ways to deal with Charles?
When we were at my house in March of 2019 and we had done the casting, she was laughing and she said that, well, if it doesn't work, I can always put some pills in his water or something. And then she laughed it off.
Did Lori ever talk to you, or Lori and Chad ever talk to you about how long they expected JJ to live?
Lori had said that he was going to have a very short life. And then in a meeting that we had at Lori's house in early August
Of 2019?
Chad said that JJ was going to have a very short life, that he was going to, the reason why he was going to live a short life was because he was going to come right back as Colby's child.
And to your knowledge, did Alex believe this?
Alex, yes, but Alex believed everything they told him.
Okay. Now, did you ever hear a conversation about how long Tylee was going to live?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever have any information that she would die soon?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Now,
Ms. Smith?
yes, sir.
Pardon the interruption. Could we just have a brief sidebar with
Sure.
council about
Sure.
scheduling?
Sure.
All right, thanks, Ms. Smith. Apologies, we just were seeing where we are in terms of your direct. It sounds like there's not a whole lot left, so we'll let you complete your direct, and then we'll take our mid-afternoon recess after that.
Thank you, Judge. You need some water? You good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. You mentioned earlier about people who personally witnessed Christ having an elevated status, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would count for Lori Vallow if her testimony to you was believed by the group.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever have any evidence to suggest that Lori believed such things? Did the rules apply to Lori?
Lori and Chad were teaching that if you had been exalted in another world, another probation, then this time that you came to the earth, it didn't count for you because you had already proven yourself in other probation. And she would often say, it doesn't count for me.
Okay. You mean a hand gesture? She would hit something and go?
It doesn't count for me.
Okay. Okay. So when Lori shared these experiences and her personal belief that things didn't count for her, did the people in your group believe her?
I don't know whether other people believed her or not.
Did you believe her?
That part I couldn't.
Okay.
I couldn't.
Okay.
I used to say it counts for me.
Okay. Did Alex believe her?
Yeah, Alex believed everything she said.
Okay. Did Alex believe his mission was to protect her?
Absolutely.
And that mission was given to him by?
Chad.
And
Lori, because they gave it to him during a blessing.
Okay. And who is it who benefited from Charles's death?
Lori directly and eventually Chad.
Okay. Who benefited from Tylee's death?
Lori directly and then eventually Chad.
And who benefited from JJ's death?
Lori directly and eventually Chad.
And who benefited from
Jackie, I
Tam?
don't understand the context of who's benefiting and how they're benefiting.
I'll sustain the objection. I
Thank
think
you.
it's vague.
And Alex Alex took seriously his mission to protect Lori.
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you, Ms. Smith. So we'll take our mid-afternoon break now, and we will try to make this 15 to 20 minutes if possible, and then cross-examination can start after that.
All right, please.
All right, thank you. Just before we bring the jurors back in, I'll indicate that on the break I've discussed with the bailiffs here in the courtroom that there have been some of the participants that are talking loudly enough that others are hearing. Some are making comments. In particular, anyone seated anywhere near the jurors are not permitted to do that. Anyone else who's making any kind of comment loud enough that it's disturbing anyone next to you or making any kind of commentary on the case itself is going to be excused from the court if that's loud enough that it disrupts these proceedings in any way. So I would appreciate everyone in continuing to comply with the conduct order. For those of you that want to view it from somewhere else, we have another location here in this courthouse that's available as well, but I appreciate everyone in considering that as we bring the jurors back in this afternoon, and we'll continue to enforce that throughout the proceedings going forward. So with that, if we'll go ahead and bring the jurors back in for continued testimony.
All right, please. all present accounted for, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right, we just concluded our mid-afternoon break. We'll be back on the record. Case CR 22-211624, State of Idaho versus Lori Vallow. The witness, Zulema Pastenes, is on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. And the state just concluded with its direct examination. So at this time, we will start with the cross-examination. Mr. Thomas, will that be you today?
It will, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Thomas, you can inquire.
Good afternoon, Ms. Pastenes. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. So, just a little bit curious. It looks your testimony this afternoon was dramatically different than your testimony this morning. Did you review any notes over the lunch hour or talk to anybody about the case over the lunch hour?
No,
Okay.
my nerves were quite different this morning than this afternoon.
Oh, okay. Did you take any medication?
No, but I ate lunch.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So you first met Lori, it looks like in 2019 or 2018? 2018, is that right?
2018.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was in late fall, early winter?
Yes, fall of 2018.
Okay. And that had to do with a conference for, I'm not sure if it was a preparing of people, but it was one of those types of conferences. Is that right?
It was at a meeting at Melanie Gibbs' house.
Okay. And was that in relation to preparing a people, or what kind of a meeting was it?
Melanie usually would have different people coming to speak at her house. Sometimes they would talk about a book. Sometimes they would talk about food storage. Sometimes other topics.
Okay.
So just different topics all the time.
Were these the kinds of topics that you would also encounter at the preparing of people conferences that you would go to?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. All right. And you met Lori there, and the two of you became friends over the year or so?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that connected you, I'm assuming, is your faith. You're both members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're both, I don't want to say fairly active, because most fairly active people go to church once a week and just do the basics. But you guys were kind of, you and your core group, I guess what I'm saying is you, Melanie Gibb, Lori, some of the other people that you mentioned, were kind of very active in the church. Is that right?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. You would go to the temple quite often?
Yes.
And sometimes that's where you would meet up with these other women, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as you've indicated on direct exam, these meetups weren't just for spiritual gain; they were also just to get together, just a group of friends, right?
Sometimes, yes.
But or was it more or less mostly about the spiritual portion of your life, or was it? Or was there kind of a divide between these are my regular friends and then these are my church friends? Does that make any sense?
It does make sense what you're saying. I would say that when I was meeting with Lori, we usually were talking about spiritual things.
Okay, all right. And one of the things that you indicated on direct examination with the prosecution, and one of the things I think that kind of maybe drew you to Lori was her personal experience with meeting Jesus or having a personal experience where she had a personal visitation? Was that something that kind of intrigued you?
I don't know if I would use the term intrigue me as much as when someone has an experience like that. It is the ultimate, most sacred experience that any human can have.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I find it, I would say, intriguing as much as I found it amazing.
Amazing. And so you wanted to hear more about that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And over the course of the year or so that you guys were friends, that came up a lot, right?
Yes.
And you had your own experiences when you were in the temple sometimes, right?
Yes.
I specifically remember reviewing some of your text messages, specifically to Chad, where you talk about having spiritual experiences while you were in the temple, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about some of that?
Objection relevance about her personal experiences?
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, it goes to her personal belief in Lori's belief and Chad's belief and how close she was to this specific group.
I'll overrule the objection and allow the
Thank you.
question. So if you want to reiterate the question, perhaps, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you. Would you please tell us a little bit about some of your spiritual experiences while you were in the temple?
Would you like me to relate anything in specific that you are referring to?
Sure. One of the ones was specifically on 12/4/2018. It says, "Hi, Chad, this is Zulema. I have to tell you that since you gave me that blessing, I've been having visions, full awake, no more dreams. My visions have been at the temple. I've had 3 so far." Do you recall that?
Yes,
So
I do.
tell me a little bit about some of those visions.
Judge, I'm going to object again about the specific visions. I'm not seeing the relevance about her visions unless they relate to Chad and Lori.
Well, there was a lot of questioning about what she believed, and I think this does go directly to that issue, so I'll overrule that objection at this point. I will indicate it could certainly get too broad, Mr. Thomas,
Sure.
but you've narrowed this into communications she had with Chad Daybell, so for that reason I'll allow it.
Thank you.
I am not exactly sure specifically which visions he would be that I was referring to at the time. I can explain one that I remember. I remember seeing myself in a beautiful room with a big table, and I was sitting at the head of the table, and there was all these children or people sitting. It was a very large table, and that's what I saw.
And there was a man sitting on the other end?
Yes.
Okay. And you couldn't see his face, but he was a godlike being?
Yes, a very light being. Mm-hmm.
And it says, I'm just reading specifically from this text message that you're describing. It says, I couldn't see his face, but he was a godlike being. And then in parentheses you said, I think I read being shown my posterity and my husband. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also indicated on direct examination that Chad had given you a blessing about you being married. Is that right?
Correct.
Were you currently married when he gave you that blessing?
No.
No? Okay. Had you been married before the blessing?
Yes.
Multiple times or just one time?
Multiple times.
Okay. So you being married wasn't a super far stretch about getting married, right? Him giving you a blessing about getting married?
No.
Okay. When you were doing these castings, Is that what they were called? Is that what you called them, just castings?
Yes.
Okay. They were done spiritually, not physically. Am I right about that?
Correct.
Okay. You never physically harmed anyone or attempted to harm anyone, right?
Correct.
You were attempting to spiritually harm or bind the spirit of that particular person, right?
Correct.
Okay. You were, I guess I want to use the word light worker, or someone who works for, who is working in a spiritual realm for the lighter side. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. And this was, you didn't think that this was anything evil or anything bad?
No.
Okay.
Not at the time.
But you've since then come to think that it was evil or bad?
There are 2 children that have died and a mother of 5 that have died. I will consider that evil, yes, sir.
Okay. And you believe that your casting out of spirits had some direct effect on 2 children that died and the spouse of another person that died?
My belief is that
And I'm sorry, that's just a yes or no question.
Objection. Asset should be allowed to answer.
And I think that counsel can handle that on redirect.
I agree. It was just a leading yes or no question, so why don't you re-ask the question, Mr. Thomas, or I can have the court reporter indicate what it was.
So, to my recollection, what you're saying is you believe that your work on casting had a direct effect on the 2 children that died and the spouse of the person that died.
not my work, but Chad and Lori's work did.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. You have a job when you're in Arizona. You said that on direct exam that you have a job, right?
Correct.
Is that job being a life coach?
No.
Okay. What is your job?
I am a job coach,
Job coach. Okay.
employment specialist.
Employment specialist. So what is that? You teach people how to, I'm sorry, I guess I won't even ask. What does that mean?
I teach people how to create resumes, how to apply for jobs. I help them get in place in jobs, and then I train them in their jobs.
Okay. And so you're not a, I mean, that's a fairly sophisticated job, right?
I don't find it sophisticated. It's just a hard job, but I
Okay.
don't consider it sophisticated.
You're more sophisticated than the people that you're helping, otherwise they wouldn't need your help, right?
I'm more knowledgeable, yes.
More knowledgeable. Okay. And so I guess what I'm getting at is you're not a very gullible person, right? I mean, you have some sophistication.
I believe that I have always been the kind of person that believes people and that believes that if I am not going to do something, someone else wouldn't do it either. So if I've been the kind of person that believes in the goodness of people, I see their positive side, their good side, and I tried to believe that their intentions are always good. I have become a lot more cautious since meeting Chad and Lori, and my views have changed a little in regards to that.
Okay. So when you met Chad and Lori, you thought they were doing good work.
I thought they were kind. loving, righteous, law-abiding.
Did you believe that they were led by the Spirit?
At the time, yes.
Okay. You talked a little bit about a time when you were at Lori's house after a conference in St. George, and then everybody kind of went back to, there was another conference, and then everybody kind of went back to Lori's house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And you were there that night?
Yes.
And were you ordained to the Church of the Firstborn on that night?
I don't recall that happening that night.
Okay. Do you recall when that happened, the ordaining to the Church of the Firstborn?
I know it's done, but I don't remember when.
You don't remember when, but you know that it did happen?
Yes.
Okay. And on that night that Chad gave you a blessing in Lori's house, you indicated that the blessing said that you were a special person, that you were a special being, that you were going to do some amazing things in the future. Is that right? All those things are right?
Correct.
Was there anything specifically, like, personal to you other than, I mean, those were kind of generalized blessing type words, right?
I don't know if I would call that generalized. I believe that Chad was very good about giving blessings to give you lots of praise and make you feel very special and make you feel very good about the person that you were. I don't quite recall anything else that was more personal than that on that blessing. If there was, I don't remember it.
Okay. You've heard other people get blessings, right?
Yes, plenty.
And this particular blessing, the way you described it, is a pretty generic or a pretty run-of-the-mill type blessing, right?
I would have to, in one way, disagree, in another one, agree. Usually, when I receive a blessing, will be for either strength or a health blessing, and it would be more directed towards that the strength that I need to, whether it's to overcome the challenge that I am faced with, or to overcome the illness that I am experiencing at the time. So I don't feel that that blessing was as generic to the other blessings that I have received from other members of the church.
And I guess on that note, did you specifically seek Chad out to get a blessing for either health or for some specific reason?
On that night or
Yeah.
any other time?
No, on that particular night.
Not on that particular night, no.
Did
He
you just,
offered.
Oh, he offered to give you a blessing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He asked me to come to Lori's house so that he could give me a blessing.
Okay. And did I think you indicated that he also gave Alex a blessing that night? Or
Not
no?
on that occasion.
That was a different occasion, okay.
Correct.
On that specific night, do you recall him giving anybody else blessings?
No, only to me.
Okay. I guess that was pretty personal to you then, because if you were the only one getting a blessing.
Correct.
Okay. We talked a little bit, or the prosecutor talked to you a little bit about having a lunch at Firebirds. Is that right?
Yes.
And where is Firebirds?
In Gilbert, Arizona.
Okay. And what was the occasion? How far in time from the time that he came to Lori's house and gave you that blessing to when you met up with him at Firebirds?
Oh. I can't remember the specific date, but it was in 2019 that he came.
Okay. Was it a month later, 2 months later, 5 months later? Can you recall? That's just too much?
I don't recall when he came.
Okay. You did make quite a few, have quite a few text messages with Chad. Were you texting him fairly regularly, do you think?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And you were basically texting him about what kinds of things? Mostly spiritual things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Asking him questions.
That time that he was at Firebirds and he wanted to give you some specific information, you said that he specifically didn't want Melanie Gibb to hear that. Is that right?
Him and Lori, for some reason, didn't want Melanie Gibb to hear what he was going to say to me.
Okay. And what exactly, tell me again, what exactly did he say to you about that he didn't want Melanie Gibb to hear?
He said he had information about who I was and my past lives.
Mm-hmm. And did that resonate with you?
I was very curious about it.
Okay. And when he told you about it, that was a pretty personal thing for you, right?
Yes.
He specifically said that you had lived. You indicated that you had lived on this particular earth 4 different times. Is that right?
That's what he said.
Okay. And on the second time is when he told you about the second time you were here on this earth, right?
He told me about all of them.
About all of them. But this one at Firebirds, he specifically told you about the second time, right? Or am I wrong? That's what I recall from your testimony.
At Firebirds, he said that he had information in regards to who I was and about my past lives. And he said that since Lori and Chad didn't want Melanie Gibb to hear it, I don't know why, that he will give me a call later. Then he called me, and then he related to me all of my past lives, and the second one including.
Oh, so he relayed to you all of your past lives.
Correct.
I see. But the only one that you testified to was the second time.
Yeah, I think that I don't know how to describe that, but I think that that life was the one that was the most shocking to say.
Well, yeah. I mean, you said that you were 14 years old, you were raped and murdered, and at the same time that Lori was your mother, and Lori was also murdered that time, right?
That's what Chad said, yes.
All right. And did you pray about that or think, or did you have some sort of spiritual experience related to that?
No spiritual experience, but I did believe him.
You believed him? Mm-hmm. Were you confirmed by the Spirit, or it was just a belief in him the way he said it?
It was my belief in him.
Okay. Your Honor, I would like to look at State's Exhibit 54, or Exhibit 54 that was admitted. How does this work? So this is part of State's Exhibit 54. Do you recall testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's just a sheet of paper that you turned over to the police or the prosecutor, is that right?
Yes.
Which one? Was it the police or was it the prosecutor? I don't know.
I believe it's the prosecutor, right?
Okay.
I think that's
Don't-
what it was.
You're not allowed to look at them and ask you for clarification. If you don't remember, you don't remember.
I gave all of this stuff when they came to talk to me in Arizona, so I'm not exactly sure whether I should say police or, so I guess I don't know.
Okay. And when was that?
I don't remember when they came, I'm sorry.
Okay. And are you the one who drew this? Is this your handwriting?
That is my handwriting.
And you drew all of the things on the paper that you can see on the paper?
Yes.
Okay. And did you draw this during the interview with the police? Or was this drawn some other time?
I don't remember.
Okay, then that's a fair statement. Do you know why you drew it?
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm now going to show you page 1 of the large packet of Exhibit 54. Can you identify that?
Yes.
And did you draw that yourself?
Yes.
Is that on the back of a receipt or something, or is that in a journal? What is that?
This is my journal.
Okay. Did you ever? I think there was some testimony about you having some information on the back of a receipt. Was any of that in any of the stuff that you looked at today?
No.
Okay. And this was drawn in your journal?
Yes.
Do you know what day it was drawn?
No.
Okay. Do you recall about when it was drawn?
This was drawn around the time that Lori and Chad started to teach us about the different levels that people had. So I'm going to say probably February, March of 2019, around
Okay.
there.
And this was in one of your journals, and would this be something that you took with you while you were talking with Chad and Lori or other people?
Yes.
So you would have done this contemporaneously or at the same time, around the same time as you were discussing the levels and other matters with Chad and Lori, is that right?
Yes.
But you don't specifically recall when you did this particular one?
No, I wouldn't know specifically the date, but it would have been around that time when they were teaching this.
Okay. All right. And would that have been one of the days when Chad was down in Arizona, or would that have been sometime where you learned at some other place?
It could have been either one of them.
Okay. So this is specifically a page that was talked about with regards to the words cast out. Do you recall testifying about that?
Yes.
Okay. And when you testified about that, tell me a little bit about this page, when it was written, or what was going through your mind when you were writing it. Do you have any recollection of that?
This was done around the time when we were doing castings on Charles. So it had to be in between March and July of 2019. And these were just steps that could be followed to cast out an evil spirit.
Okay. Let's just take it from the top. It's the first one says, what does it say? What's the very top say? Order?
I believe that I was trying to write order of the priesthood.
Okay. And so that's part of the prayer you say in the order of the priesthood or something to that effect?
Correct.
Okay. And then number 2, what was that? Dispel. What does that mean?
Dispel or encapsulate.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about that.
I'm not exactly sure what he meant.
Okay. All right.
I'm sure it made sense to me then, but now I don't recall what he meant.
Okay. Then the next thing says cast out, right? What does that mean?
Casting out, like ordering it to leave the body.
Ordering the spirit to leave the body.
The evil spirit or demon.
Okay. All right.
Leave.
What about number 5, burn?
Burn would be if we wanted to make sure that there was no option for another evil spirit or another demon to come in within that 2-minute window that they were saying that another demon could come and take over. So, but if we burned around the body, then there wouldn't be that opportunity.
Okay, so when you say that there's a 2-minute window, is that a literal 2-minute window?
Yeah, that's what Lori and Chad would say, yes.
Okay, and you believe that?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
Now I don't.
Now you think there's a larger window?
Now I don't believe anything that they said. I believe that they made it all up.
So you don't believe that demons can be cast out of humans?
I don't believe that the way that anything that they did was right or correct. No.
Okay.
Do I believe that an evil spirit can be cast out?
Yes.
Yes, because it was done in the Bible, and Jesus Christ did do it.
Okay.
But I believe that was completely different than what they were trying to do.
Okay. So people can be cast, or evil spirits can be cast out, but just not by Chad and Lori, in your opinion?
I just don't believe that Chad, Lori, would have the authority to do that, nor the right intentions.
Okay. So you don't believe that they had the authority to cast out, and you don't believe that they had the intention to cast out the evil spirits. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And when you say burn, and we talked a little bit about that, where you would burn for 2 minutes around the body of the possessed person or demonic person, is that right?
Objection misstates what the witness said.
Okay.
That's sustained.
Okay. Tell me what you would do. Tell me what burn, number 5, burn means.
I believe the way that I explained it was that we would burn around the body so that not another demon wouldn't be able to come into the same body.
Okay. And tell me how that happened.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's been asked and answered a couple of times.
Well, that's overruled.
Tell me how you would burn around somebody's body or burn somebody's body spiritually, or how in this particular context.
Well, everything was done during a casting would be done spiritually, verbally.
Okay. So how do you verbally burn somebody?
I guess you just verbally describe it?
Verbally describe what?
How you would verbally describe burning the body.
Okay. But it had nothing to do with physical burning.
Correct.
Okay. And then the next one is number 6.
Escorted.
Oh, okay. Escorted and sealed. Tell me a little bit about that.
In this part, Lori and Chad were saying that if we had angels come up and they would escort the evil spirit or the demon that had just been cast out, then he would be escorted out of the body. And then if you look at number 7, then they will be sealed away and not be able to come back and bother anyone else.
I'm sorry, I said that was an and, but that was actually a 7. So the 7th step is to seal. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. And how do you seal somebody? How do you seal it?
The same way, verbally. You just say sealed away so that it doesn't come back.
Sealed away from that specific person.
Not from just this specific person, but from coming back to bother anyone else.
So he can't come back to the earth.
Correct.
Okay. And then under that it says dispel. Is that right?
Yes.
And then what does it say next to dispel? It's not you. I'm a terrible reader. What does that say?
Banish.
Banish. Okay. So you banish the person or the spirit. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's just done verbally. You just say you're banished.
Correct.
Okay. And then expel, reject, eject, purge. And then what's the last one after purge?
Evict.
Evict. Okay. And those are just all things that are kind of under dispel and banish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like synonyms.
And then it looks like there is a figure. There's some sort of a little drawing on the side of dispel and all the way down to purge. Can you tell me a little bit about what that is?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay. And then under that, it says, after evict, it says cast out, get rid of them, right?
Correct.
That's the goal, or what is that?
Yeah, that would have been the goal, to get rid of them.
And then what does it say under that, get rid of them?
Forced to leave by official action, take away the right of being there, drive out, as in excommunicated and blasted. Then after that it says Matthew 8:16.
And what is Matthew 8:16?
It's a scripture.
It's a scripture in the Bible or in the Book of Mormon?
In the Bible, in the New Testament.
Okay. And I'm sorry, can I ask what that scripture says? Do you recall, or do you know?
Part of it says cast out with his word.
Okay. And then what else after cast out with his word?
Matthew 10:1.
Okay. And what does it say in Matthew 10:1? Do you recall?
He gave them power against unclean spirits to cast them.
Okay. And so the things that you were doing, you were writing these things down as you were being taught or as you were congregating with this core group of people, right, that were doing these casting out of demons?
Correct.
And that was biblically based or based on scripture?
I think that it was some scripture mixed with their own philosophies.
Okay. Tell me a little about their philosophies. When you in this particular context of casting out demons, tell me what their philosophies were.
Well, if you read in the New Testament, there will be Jesus telling his spirit to leave, but there was never any burning or ejecting or dispelling or being or having to be escorted or sealed. So there was a small part that was scriptural, And then the other part was their own philosophies.
Gotcha. But during this entire time, when you were doing these casting out of evil and demonic beings, you never did this physically. It was all done with prayer and spiritually, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll give the bailiff or marshal the 54 again. Judge, I don't know if you want me just to go until 3:30 and cut me off, or I'd rather not go into another line, but
If you are about to go into another line, I'd suggest maybe we end for the day.
I would ask the court if we could do that.
Okay, I presume you still got a pretty substantial amount of cross to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's go ahead and conclude the cross-examination for the day. What we'll do is dismiss the jurors here momentarily, and I'll have counsel stick around for a minute to discuss some scheduling and other matters we want to take up outside of the presence of the jury. So, first, a reminder, we are not holding court Monday. What is that, the 18th? 17th? So the 17th Monday, we're not having court. We'll resume again Tuesday morning, the 18th, at 8:30, and resume our regular schedule for the remainder of the week next week. Before we conclude for the day, as I've kept telling you I will do each time we go, and in particular on a 3-day break here, I'd ask everyone to please continue to follow the instructions. I know you have followed thus far. Very much appreciate your service and you continuing to not discuss the case with each other, with anyone else. Don't go doing any investigation. Don't look things up. Don't go into any media coverage of this case or any kind of investigation into the case over the weekend. We'll be expecting you to fill out those juror affirmations when you return on Tuesday. And with that, we'll conclude for the week, and we'll see you back here Tuesday.
All right, please.
All right, please be seated. Just a couple of quick planning items before we break for the day, council. We do have this time frame at the end of each day at 3:30 when we're excusing the jurors, and that would be a effective and efficient time. If we have any standing objections, for example, you think are coming up, talking about witness orders, planning, that kind of thing, I'd suggest we start using that time briefly at the end of each day to just minimize the delays that we have with the jurors, so we're not taking up sidebars while the jurors are waiting. And I think we've done pretty well so far, but I think it could run a little more efficiently from that standpoint, so that'll be my request going forward. And I think that's about all I had to bring up today. We also did have an issue that Mr. Thomas had raised previously regarding the state's exhibit list. Was there something you wanted to mention further on the issue of the exhibit list, Mr. Thomas?
Well, Judge, I think we talked about getting an exhibit list, and what we're getting is an exhibit list for the day or for the next 2 days or whatever. We'd like an exhibit list that was supposed to be turned over to the court, and the court said that it had some issues with some of the things in there, so I don't know.
Your Honor, I spoke to defense counsel Wednesday and explained that we reordered because of next week. We reordered and moved something that was going to be a couple of weeks down and moved it up to accommodate other issues next week. And so that changed all my exhibit numbers, and I told them, I think it was Wednesday, that I would try to get it this afternoon or tomorrow morning, because I don't want the jurors to skip from what would have been Exhibit 70 to bringing in 100. So I told them I'd get them a renumbered list, given that we had to make some witness changes, because we changed things for next week. And I told them that on Wednesday, and I asked if there was any concern. So absolutely, they're entitled to the exhibit list. We will absolutely get it. I just didn't want to give them one with the numbers wrong.
Okay, well, the timing is probably more important than the order of numbering, quite frankly, because there's a jury instruction that explains to not be worried about any gaps or not non-sequential numbering, which the jurors can have with them. So I would ask that where we're having an extra day now to Tuesday, if you'd please get that provided by Monday to defense, and if there's an updated exhibit list, please provide that to the court as well.
Yes, sir.
And in terms of exhibits, the court will continue to expect courtesy bench copies of any documents that are being provided, and I appreciate you providing those up to this point.
Yeah, and on that, Judge, it's not my common practice to take evidence and copy it, so I apologize. I haven't been in front of you before, so I will absolutely make sure that's done from here on out in terms of those. And I'd had this conversation with defense counsel. They'll have their exhibit list, and I will email it to the clerk.
Okay, it's just one of those details that makes things a little more efficient, where the exhibit can go straight to the witness instead of to me, then the witness. In particular, if it's a longer exhibit, I really have to take some time to look over. So we'll ask the state to follow up with that amended exhibit list, and then I think we're ready now to break for the day. Before we do that, anything further from the state today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further from the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. One last thing, I guess. We do have a witness on the stand. I'll intend to remember to ask the witness again if she's gone through and reviewed any of the other trial testimony. So while in between now and when you continue your testimony Tuesday, you're not permitted to review any other testimony that's already occurred in this trial. So please keep that in mind. And we'll resume again Tuesday morning. So we'll be in recess for the week. Thank you.
All rise.